What up, Chad?
Drinking out of cups. Being a bitch.
Thank you for that, mate. What up, Discipline? I'm literally standing by a disciplining game right now on PlayStation. Dude, what are the odds? Yeah, that's me. I'm getting ready to go in and test some stuff at the beginning of the stream. That's lol, though. Chips, oh my god, how have you been? Odds of that are funny. It's definitely funny when it happens, right? Oh, let's get over here. Oh. Bro, I got Mr. Anderson here too. So funny. Yo, what up, Antique? How you doing, mate? For months now? That's okay. You've been enjoying... I mean, you're definitely back in that... Well, you were in Once Human. Now I don't know where you're at. What up, Lux? How you doing, mate? It's okay. You guys can stop freaking out. I'm here now. Snuggles? What up, Mary? How you guys doing? Oh, vehicles? Yep. There's a couple different ones. What have you been up to, Chips? How are we today? We're not doing bad, Natsu. How are you, mate? How are you guys? That's the question. The question's how are you guys? Just trying to stay on the top 100, Antique? Dude, you guys are probably fucking struggling, right? You can't even sleep at all. Did you try VS with this update? Not lately. From your Dan's funeral and after party, the alcohol has hit you all at once. Dude, that happens, Bacon. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, mate, but happy that everything's over for you. I've seen fucking Sloppy Bro too, man. Like I feel like I've seen like most of, like, obviously we know Discipline and stuff. I feel like I've seen all of these people everywhere. It's also your birthday. Well, happy birthday. I remember your nan's wake was on your birthday, so hopefully you had a decent day, as good as it could be. I'm out to do more Nightmare Dungeons solo. Dude, you're basically a gamer at this point, Chips, yeah? You're basically a gamer at this point.
Oh my. It's a sub.
None of you.
Lux in the air just subscribe.
Lux, mate. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very, very, very much for the sub. Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. You guys know I do this as a full-time job, so that goes a long way to making sure I can actually eat. So thank you very much for the support. Your commando on your bed, it's so warm. Dude, that's probably like a good, cozy way to be, right? Hey, dude, sometimes you just gotta be commando, right? Did I get that partner plus? As long as none of them drop off before the end of the month, I'm okay. Hopefully we maintain enough for partner plus going into September, and then I can maybe swing it in September, and then after September I can just beg the community to keep me in it for October, to where I can like get that 60-40 split. It'd be so nice. Let that thing hang out in the air, basically, man. Let that shit air dry. Let that shit air dry, man. Just let it enjoy the air, right? So chat today, since there's only a couple of you guys here, I actually want to look at the 3 major guns. I want to look at the 3 major guns for this fight. And I want to see if which one is actually, like, if it actually matters that much, which gun you use. I don't think that it actually does. I think outside of a very hyperized team, like a hyper-specialized team, you're probably not talking about that much of a difference. But I want to check just to see. What up, lad? You know what I mean? If I find that one of these guns is just doing an insane amount more than one of the other ones, then we'll go from there. But I'm going to assume that it's probably not going to make that much of a difference. What up, Afro? Without, like, a very specific team comp, I'm going to assume it's not going to make that much of a difference. The hard part's going to be testing it in pubs. But some of this I have to test in pubs, because especially with the assault rifles, you have to dash near people. The AK, the Escava, and the Albion. I would say the Escava is probably better. Like, just outright, the Escava is probably better. But the question is, how much better is it actually? Right? Because I don't think it's going to be that much better. I just think it's going to be somewhat better. Right? So I don't think this gun's going to be, like, insanely better. Just want to try to slowly get a couple shots on this so I can like review it later on, or try to when I break it down like frame by frame. But one of the biggest issues is going to be how often you have to reload for me, and the fact that you have to physically aim it, because I feel like you miss a lot. Like, you're going to have way more human error. Man, I'm dashing like literally non-stop. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm having to dash literally every second or so. I'm out of dashes because of how fast I have to dash. How you doing, Code? Definitely out of dashes a lot. What up, Liam? Man, this is like fucking sweaty as fuck, dude. Man, I was literally like right on the edge of being out of dashes the entire time. Escava is also one of the 2 lowest multi-hits. Yeah. Is Escava working on Wally? Well, I want to test stuff. Escava's got like one of the fastest time to kills. But like Escava's got one of the fastest time to kills, like in a perfect team. But I really don't think it's that big of a difference. So that's why I physically like want to check it, right? Because I actually don't think that it's that big of a difference when you're playing. And I think that most of it is going to boil down to your team comp and how you want to play. And I think that
Well, hello there.
I think that most of it's actually not going to matter. What up, Pub Dad? I actually honestly think most of it really doesn't matter, but I can't say that. I need to see it, right? That applies to any of the 3 AK builds, yeah. But that's the point, right? That is the absolute, but that's why I'm testing things. Is because like I mean, I think that most of the issue, like I think most of the timing Like, I think most of it, I'm not saying that, like, one... That's why I'm checking, huh? Is because I don't necessarily think that any one of these guns... I don't think that any one of these guns is necessarily insanely much better than the other by itself. I think that they're... I think that... Oh, I didn't get it. Must have just got sent out. That's why I'm testing. I think that team comps matter way more than anything. I honestly think team comps matter way more than anything. In my opinion. The average person in 2 fire AKs is better. See, that's the thing. I don't know that I necessarily think that the AKs... That's why I'm checking it. Like, the fire AK may be better, it may not be, but, like, if you're having to dash every 3 seconds, every 4 seconds, or if you're having to dash literally... You're doing, like, 1 second worth of damage and then dash, and 1 second worth of damage and then dash, and 1 second worth of damage and then dash, and you're constantly trying to, like, reacquire target, like, re-get your shots on target, and you're doing all of those different things, I am curious how much of it is actually really matters. Tried 3 times today and it hasn't worked a single time. I'm not saying that one isn't better than the other, or like statistically one isn't better than the other, but what I want to see, what I want to see is going to be like ease of use. Well, my build shouldn't be much different than anybody else's. Like, it's unlimited fly plus him. Because I don't like the passionate sponsor stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to run passionate sponsor because I think that there's a level of just usability that has, because you're not really, like, you can add passionate sponsor, you can add an Azestra swap, you can add all these other things, but then you're not testing on the merit of just the weapons, like which weapon is better, right? Like, adding Azestras, you could add an Azestras in with your Albion to get some shred. Well, I just changed my tree specifically for this testing because I don't want to have to worry about somebody else not having neutralization. Because this entire test, like in testing this at any point where I don't guarantee that this is here, is going to throw off the entire test. Right? Zesters also gives you MP back, but I don't need MP back, right? Like, we have 100%. Because, like, basically what I want to try to look at... What I want to try to look at was if you're... Paint. What I want to try to look at is the following, right? What I want to try to look at is the following. Any chance for a Stormhanger Nell video? We've got one. We've got one, Mystical. Exclamation mark, I think it's like exclamation mark storm, maybe, Mystical. We've got a video for it. We've got a video for it. What I want to look at is if you're using the AK. It might be exclamation mark Nell, I can't remember. Let me grab the video. It might be exclamation mark Nell, actually. You might be 100% right on that. Here's the video, YouTube Studio. Here's what I want to look at, right? Get shareable link. Let's go here. Let's go here. There's the link to the video, Mystical. Here's what I want to look at. Is like if you use the AK, if you use like a Scava, and if you use the Albion. Okay? And basically you just use like, because, like, you could put Passionate Sponsor on any of these, right? Like, you could run Passionate Sponsor. You could run Passionate Sponsor on this one. You can run Passionate Sponsor on this one. And you can run Passionate Sponsor on this one. Now, if you run Passionate Sponsor, then... Oh, no, I haven't changed anything right now. If you run Passionate Sponsor, you're going to have to change up your mods, which could, right, in theory... In theory, if you change up your mods to allow for Passionate Sponsor, you're probably not going to get unlimited... You're probably not going to get unlimited MP, right? Like, if we run Passionate Sponsor, do you still get unlimited MP? Because this is Arche Tech, which means you have to get rid of Final Wish. which means your skill cost goes up. And if your skill cost goes up, then it's going to cost you more to stay in the air, which means you're probably going to have to do a secondary weapon swap, right? To like a green rounds ammo to get your MP back. Even if you only have to do it once or twice, you have to do that, right? It just in general, you would have to do it at least once or twice just to get some MP back. And that's if you don't reset any of these mods to give you more cost reduction. In theory. And if I'm wrong, guys, tell me. Because, like, you guys, a lot of you guys have been playing some of these builds or whatever. I could be completely fucking wrong or 100% retarded. I don't know. But my assumption here is if you run Passionate Sponsor for the additional attack, you're going to have to get rid of Final Wish. And then you will have to use a green weapon or something like that to get MP back. Now, you could say, well, Judge, you don't have to get MP back if you clear the fight in 12 seconds. And I'll be like, yeah, but you're not going to clear the fight in 12 seconds in your average pub match with, like, an uncoordinated group that isn't, like, doing all the shreds and all the stuff, like, perfectly. Like, that's just not going to happen, right? So you have to assume, like, best case scenario. Right? Yeah, like, the average Joe isn't getting the God team. So, like, I can't really factor in Passionate Sponsor because I think that Final Wish is probably going to do the best for you. Like, your average team. So, because of that... Where's my paint? So, because that Passionate Sponsor is out on here. So, for all of these, we're going to use, like, Arche. Equals, like, infinite MP. Right? So, now we've got infinite MP on all three of these. So we don't have to worry about that. So now the question is, out of the three of these guns, do they, in general, right? Like, do they, in general, like, if you get rid of the the Passionate Sponsor and you get rid of all that weird stuff and you just use them in an average pub team where you guarantee yourself, like, so you will get defense. So we're going to get Arche. We're going to get defense neutralization because we know that we're guaranteed that. So we're going to get defense neutralization. We're going to get Arche Tuning. Or we're going to get the Arche. So these two things we're going to get. This one we're not. So now in an average team with these guaranteed. So this is actually going to lower your damage. It's going to raise your damage if nobody else had it, but it's going to lower your damage if anybody else had it because of the way you do your tree. What up, Borndak? MP without Final Wish, it depends, Mystical, because it depends on what your build is. You'll run out of MP pretty quick unless you refactor your build. So here's what I'll say. You'll run out of MP pretty quick unless you refactor your build for either cost reduction or you do a weapon swap. Right? But doing the weapon swap, it's not going to matter, and most people aren't going to want to do the weapon swap. Yeah, like, if you're using the ACG, it's not going to be that bad, because you're going to be dashing. And, like, honestly, the ACG, I could probably take one of the critical mods off, because the critical doesn't really scale your 4 damage, and your weapon damage isn't that big of a deal, and probably slap a mag mod on this, and make it to where you can do 150 rounds without ever reloading. Because, like, some of the spreadsheets, a lot of the spreadsheets people are using, there's a box you can check that says, like, basically ignore reload, but that's not necessarily what's happening. You don't technically get unlimited rounds. Like, you don't get to shoot unlimited. So even though, like, you don't have reload time, you do have reload time. It's just very much lower than what it would be if you did a standard reload, but you would have to factor that in, right? So, like, for the AK, if you're dashing 4 or 5 times, so for the AK, you have 40 rounds. So if you dash 3 times, in the amount of time it takes for you to, like, with the Albion, you've just lost 3 seconds of shooting. So the Albion could literally just shoot nonstop for an additional 3 seconds over a 6-second window or whatever, right? Depending on how you math it. My whole thought process here is that out of these guns, one of them is probably better than the other, but I think that for an average team, that better is very marginal, right? What up, Farthest Goose? I don't think that, like, I don't think that you're going to be like, oh, the AK is 500% better than the Albion. Like, I just don't think that's happening. In an average team, in an average pub team that's not coordinated, I don't think that the fucking, I don't think the Albion is, you know, 300% better than the AK. I don't think the Escava is 1000% better than the Albion. Your Albion's amazing, but everybody's using the AK, it seems, because of popularity. So basically, John, what that boils down to is popularity, right? So essentially, why you see people using that gun is just due to popularity, right? So if I was to go to Moxie's channel, and go to videos, Moxie's Wallcrasher guide has 75,000 views. Okay, Moxie's guide to use the AK has 75,000 views. If I go to Sin's channel, right? If I go to Sin's channel to use the, well, he's got like 7 videos on the Wallcrasher, but Sin's video to use the Wallcrasher has 30k views. That's 100k views on using the AK, right? If I go to Biscuits, channel, like, right, if I go to Biscuits channel and look at her like new Escava build, it's got 15k, and that's in one day. This video will go up, so this is why you don't see a lot on the Escava right now. But even her, like, you see a lot of people using Divine Punishment. It's because her video has 40,000 views, right? And then if you go to like my channel, not Judge Grayson. Oh, I can't put the space in there. It messes it up. If you go to my channel, right, and you look at the video that I have, it's got 10k views. So, like, basically, the AK has 10 times the amount of people have seen the AK build to my build, which is going to, really help it up in popularity. And the same with everything else. You disagree about popularity? AK does more damage compared to each with the help of Serena's first ability. Well, here's my point, Finest. Here's my point, that what I'm looking at today, first ability is skill resistance. What do you mean? What I'm trying to look at right now is it that much? Because I don't think that it's actually that much. I don't think that the difference between one gun and the other gun is actually that much in an uncoordinated team. That's not to say one gun isn't better or worse, but I think there are more factors that go into the gun doing better than just the straight DPS on the gun. Fire skill resistance, not fire gun. Are you talking about like Serena's first? Where this like lowers fire skill resistance 20%, which isn't necessarily fire gun resistance. To your point, Hunt, right? Like, just because her one lowers like fire skill resistance, you're not actually doing fire skill resistance, you're doing fire gun damage. And then even on top of that, the gun damage is basically negligible because most of your damage is actually coming from your 4, which is additional weapon damage, which actually isn't a skill damage. And it's not a gun damage. It's just an added damage that gets tacked on. It just has a skill symbol beside it because they had to put some symbol beside it. Should you get Nell or Serena returning player drop magic? You should get Serena. You really wasted $100 for low effort skins? I did. So that's sort of my thought process behind it. Is that I actually don't think that I think that in an uncoordinated team, It's really good for Serena dog tomorrow. I can start Serena's grind, but only on normal mode. Nice. But back to my original point, which is what I'm going to look at today, is that I think in an uncoordinated team, there are more factors that go into this than just the weapons base damage and what you actually like I think there's more that goes into this than just the spreadsheet. And I think, to me, some of the main things are you're reloading like 2x here, 1.5x here, versus the Albion. These reloads are gonna like burn through a little bit more MP, and they're gonna have to you're gonna have to do like retarget acquisition. There's like a lot of other things that go into this that are going to actually mess up your DPS, right? More than just, well, if this has, you know, a little bit more DPS than the other one, right? Like if I pull this, and I look at, say, let me do this, right? Let me go out of that, right? So if I look at something like this, right? If I look at something like this, right? I look at something like this, and the AK has like 39k. And I look at something like the Albion, right? And this is just based on spreadsheets. There are other things that go into this, right? And then I look at something like this. And I look at something like this, right? And then say like the Albion's at, we'll say average damage per second of 26k. Like these don't factor in. Do I have a Serena build? I do. Drop magic. Exclamation mark wall will take you to the closest Serena build that we have. So the damage output's faster. That's not necessarily the truth, Antique, because there are other things that go into it. There are other things that go into it that people just don't pay attention to. But like, so for this, right? Like based on what this shows here, this is showing 100% weak point hit. This is showing no defense or anything else. This is showing the AK has like a 40k versus like a 26k. Which sounds like that the AK is doing twice as much damage as the Albion. But there are other factors that are going to go into this. And those factors include like your ability to hit your shots, your reload, if you run out of dashes. Like if any of these things go wrong, and you're going to be dashing twice as often. So this says you're doing an average DPS of 40k, and this says you're doing an average DPS of 26. But if you're shooting for, like, if half of your time is spent dashing, then the AK isn't really giving you as like that much of a benefit over something like the Albion. Because while the AK is doing twice as much damage, and or in theory or on paper, it's doing more damage per shot, you're also spending twice as much time not shooting because you're dashing twice as much. So even though, right, even though you are like, even though you're like in theory putting out more damage per shot, you're spending more time not actually shooting. So like between the AK and the Albion, I don't think it really is that big of a difference. Now, when it comes to the Escava, I think there's a question to be asked, because the Escava's numbers are just much higher. But I don't realistically feel like it makes that much of a difference, because I just played the Escava and it didn't feel that much better. And the reason I say that is because, like, if I grab the Escava, right? So, like, say I grab the Escava, get the shit off of there. I don't want that on there. Right? So say I grab like the Escava, and we look at the Escava, right? So I look at the Escava, and the Escava is, and I look at the Escava, and the Escava says it does 47, which is a little bit closer to double damage on the Albion, but it has less mag. We're still dodging 1.5 times from here. So the Escava could, in theory, right? The Escava could, in theory, put out more damage than the Albion, no questions asked, with all things being equal. Plus, it gives its own like a little bit of shred, which is gonna help. So there's a chance the Escava is better, but like what Hunt said earlier, when I jumped up in the air, I noticed that I was on cooldown on my dashes, and Hunt was like, well, yeah, that's gonna happen if you don't grapple into the air and you dash into the air. So basically you have to change up your playstyle a little bit, and you have to pay attention to when you're using your dashes the first time. And if you're somebody that gets like overzealous and you dash early, you can end up in a situation, right, where you don't have enough dashes and you could be on dash cooldown, which will kill your DPS. In a public lobby. Now, if you only have to dash 1 time or 2 times because you're killing an enemy in 20 seconds, then it changes things. But I would say, like, based on the little bit that we've looked at, in theory, the Escava is better on paper, but it's definitely going to be a play style, and then a lot of it is going to be based on, it's going to be a play style, but a lot of it's going to also be based on, you actually being able to hit your shots. Because for a lot of people, like, dashing, having to reacquire targets, like, targets moving is one thing, and then for the Escava, you have to ADS, you can't hip fire, right? Like, you have to ADS for the Escava to work. Escava super tryhard. Yeah, well, you have to aim, because if you don't aim, like, if you don't ADS, then, you don't get the bonuses from the shred on it, right? So, like, that's what I'm trying to look at here. And I'm not saying that any of these weapons are bad or anything, but I just think that for a lot of gamers, it's not that big of a difference. But that's what I'm gonna check today. The Escava is a mix of ADS and non-ADS. Even better. Because it's not like you can be like, well, you just aim or whatever, right? Because, like, I can go in here. What up, Z? It's definitely just a difference in a play style. But what up, Anubis? Want to stop by and say what's up? Well, I'm sorry you're not going to be here much, Granola, but I appreciate you. To get crit and damage.
It's okay. You guys can stop freaking out. I'm here now.
But the build that, like, the build for this that that Biscuit had on her build shows no crit. Like, basically it shows crit damage being completely demolished. This is the video. This is the build based off of the video she had, which has essentially no crit damage. You're minus 240% crit damage. Your PTO's done, unfortunately. I'm sorry to hear that. Unless you're going to change some other stuff around. What up, Kane? Unless you guys changed it from then, which probably, I mean, you guys probably did, obviously, but, right? Like, obviously, you guys probably changed it, but yeah, so basically, in order to build up stacks, well, you have to go to 12 to build up stacks. Interesting. Yeah, so the Escava's definitely got stuff you have to play around. It's not like you just go and just shoot it and don't worry about it then. Like, for sure. The Escava's definitely got some stuff you got to play around to make it work. Interesting. Yep. That's why I gotta check some of this stuff out. That's why I gotta check some of this stuff out. Right?
우리는 쓰러지지 않는다.
Interesting. Divine's your favorite gun? I mean, a lot of people are using... I mean, Divine was being used on this before. So... Interesting. Yeah, I'll just have to try it. I'll go in and retry it again and see if it feels better. That's what I was trying to do and build stacks using the Overwhelm mod. But I don't think the Overwhelm works on this, right? Is this Burst? Yeah, this is Pierce, which doesn't really do anything on this boss, because the boss has no Pierce, right? It's either Burst or Crush. Which at least you've got Crush on here, but... New Beginning's yours? Sucks that it's purple. You can see that. Pierce on body, which is damage loss. Yeah, you shouldn't be shooting the body. And then, yeah, so like for the AK... Which I'll try the AK, but there's not really much to do with the AK. Because there's, I mean, other than just like putting your shit on it. Yo, Sucker, thank you for the bad A's. You're just gonna be right on the border of your dashes, which is fine. Green comes up AK, which is Pierce, if you're not hitting a weak point, right? But you should be hitting a weak point the whole time. If you're not hitting a weak point, then you're basically throwing most of the damage on these weapons. Yeah, we'll mess with it and try it. Because there's a lot of like average DPS that's just not showing up because I can't dash to boost people. And that's why I can't test it right now. But yeah, my guess right now is that for the most part, whichever one of these builds you want to use, it's not gonna matter. Right now, my best guess is that no matter which one of the weapons you want to use, it's not gonna matter that much. All your videos making that update easy for you to understand. I'm trying, Anubis, but I mean, obviously there's only so much I can do in a day, but I appreciate you, mate. I am wondering if, what up, War? I am wondering, though, if a mag on here over some of the critical damage would actually be better. Like, I'm wondering if the mag wouldn't be better. Just because it would put you to where you're just not stopping shooting, and since most of your damage is coming from your 4, like on the spreadsheet it says it's not better, but on the spreadsheet I don't think. About 25 minutes till next test time? Yeah, we'll get in there and test here in a minute. Because the biggest issue here is like the spreadsheets only say so much. Because the critical hit rate, like this has got like 9% critical hit rate, and I think that if I take better insight off, it goes from like what 9% to like 5%, which like this boss has got such a high fucking critical hit resist, right? But you could go like this, which would put you at like what 111 from like 70. It's not that much of a difference, but anytime it scales, it calls the weak point affinity damage from the shoulder. What do you mean, huh? His FPS is tied in your fire rate. Yeah, I mean, that's been fixed a little while ago. As long as you're under 2K, it's okay. What up, Miru? Crit scales.
이동.
It's also a lot of firearm damage. I was told that the critical hit didn't do anything to your firearm damage. I was told critical hit wasn't factored into any of your firearm damage when it came to your 4th.
우리는
Now is that wrong? Now does your critical hit damage actually factor into your 4's damage? Because I was told that it didn't. What up, Lo? Your 4 damage is separate, but the gun's actual damage itself. Yeah, I can see the split difference on the side. Da, 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 da.
간다.
Three to 1. 2 to 1, something like that. Because he takes quite a bit of damage. Right? He takes quite a bit of damage from guns. It's not like he doesn't take any damage from guns. He takes quite a bit. He takes quite a bit of damage from guns.
건방진 놈들.
Yeah, he takes quite a bit of damage on guns, so... This is 90 to 230. I mean, it didn't really look like it changed much. He did not. He took 90 mil and 230 in skill damage to break his shoulder. Right. Took 90 mil and 230. Took like 90 mil and 230. My wings are down. It took 90 mil and 230 to break the shoulder. Took 90 mil and 230 to break the shoulder.
정화하겠다. 하!
87 and 231. So it's like a loss of 3 mil. I'd have to check and see how long it took to break it. I just have to check and see how long it actually took to break. Which is going to be really hard to test on my own. It's going to be really hard to test. I mean, I lost 3 mil damage. You think that was quicker? I mean, it felt like it was quicker, Quan, but... It felt like it was quicker, but it's so hard to tell. Because the critical hit rate on this gun's so low. Like, when you're not on somebody else. And because of his... It's because of... I lost 2 mil, gained 1 mil in skill, yeah. It's a DPS thing. Yeah. Let me try this. Just do it this way, right? Let's just look at the DPS. Because there's an average DPS, so we'll just do the average DPS and go from there. I got too far away. Because that should have broke faster. Average DPS 14. I got too far away. I was probably having weapon fall off, but that's fine. That's why some of this is so hard to fucking test, because you have to factor in human error, right? Like, you have to factor in human error. What? Dude, my wings are off. What up, Jobu? Like, human error is basically... Like, human error is basically impossible to test at times, right? You have 2 Albions, one's a crit, one's not. I probably do. I think my average DPS was like 14 mil or something like that. That was fucked up. I just basically scuffed this whole test. I literally just scuffed that whole test.
Thanks for the
because I just messed up. Yo, thank you for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. You must become good to know me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for follow. It's the hardest part about some of this stuff, man. It's so easy to scuff a test. Right. Let's say in 17. In your opinion, was the best XP for Descendants and Arche Tuning? If it's a brand new Descendant dev and you're trying to get Arche and Descendant levels at the same time, I would do Sigma if Magister's Lab is not up for the 400. Takes about the same number of reloads to break. I was doing like 2.5. I thought it was like 2.5 for one and 3 for the other. I thought it was effectively like 1 less. It just depends on how close you are. How would you nerf Serena? I would change. You're just counting the reloads. It's like 3.5. Yeah, let me double check. How would I nerf Serena? I would lower her scaling. I would lower the scaling on her 4. Her 4 scaling is what makes her broken. Her 4 scaling is what makes her broken. So I would just lower the amount of HP she has on it. Why is the Magister Lab quick? Because it's super fast to run. Yeah, it's like 3.5 no matter what. It's like 3.25 versus 3.5. It literally doesn't matter. Your average DPS is definitely lower though, by like 4 mil.
Well, hello there.
Right.
Thanks for the follow.
The average DPS is lower though by like 4 mil. Bro, I'm in a safe location. Just stop, game. Yeah, it's definitely different by like 4 mil. Can I get, oh yeah? What up, Spider? Sorry, just trying to test some stuff here really quick. But yeah, that's how I would mess with her. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Remove the auto reload from her 3. I mean, I don't mind that her 3 auto reloads. There's a little bit of, I mean, like the fact that she reloads with her 3 is just kind of 6 one half dozen the other. It's the amount of DPS she puts out total that makes her so bad, right? Yo, thank you guys for the follows. Permanently avoid most of the damage, which is nonsense. I mean, yeah, like some of the meta guns she reloads quick, but I mean, honestly, I think that for a lot of it, honestly, I think that, hold on. I think that a lot of it just boils down to, her DPS just being crazy. You doing carries for wall? Sometimes. Sometimes I ask the community if they want to run with me. It just depends on what's going on. Just reset him.
간다.
Yeah, it's just got a way higher average DPS right now, even with the dash. Because that's even factoring in the dash for the... Because the average DPS over there is going to factor in your dash. So, yeah. Right. Like, the average DPS over there is going to factor in your dash, so... What about using Enduring? It just depends on what you're doing. Just depends on what you're doing. We're just testing a couple things right now. It'll be even higher average DPS when you're in a group. Because you'll be getting what you get from the group as well, right? From doing it with the group. Do I have an updated build for Inez for Axiom? I have a build for Inez, but it's not fully updated. I'll put an updated one out later on this week. The big one I would say, if you're looking for it, Hunter, is just use my current Inez build that I have out. And then for the trigger mod, just put Power Beyond on her and make sure you're using the Bravery set, and that'll be what you need to use out there. That'll be what you need to use out there. But yeah, if you use our current build on YouTube, it'll do just fine. See, I must be using this gun wrong because the average DPS on this is very much on par. The average DPS on this is pretty much on par with the Albion. I must just be using it wrong because I'm trying to, like, every... You know what I mean? Like, every time I dash, just zoom in to get, like, one or two of its special bullets off. To try to ensure that I'm keeping the debuff on him, but it's still only averaging like 18 mil DPS. Right? Like, maybe I'm literally just playing it wrong. 3 stacks that are shred. Yeah, so what do you have to wait until it's stacked out to 3? Also, do you have the electric inversion? I actually probably have fire on right now. I actually probably have fire on, which was messing up that was messing up my Escava, or my Albion, but whatever. That was messing up my Albion, but it's fine. Both are neutral. It's okay. We'll swap it back out. So do you have to wait until you have a triple stack of that before you shoot it? Is that the whole point, is you need to be watching until you have a triple stack and then shoot it? And then watch your fucking debuffs until you have a triple stack and then shoot it? Because, like, in theory, I'm assuming that by the time you empty your whole mag... Right? Like, I'm assuming that by the time you empty your whole mag, you should have a triple stack up. You shouldn't have to try to look at your... Because if you have to try to look at the enemy, plus you have to try to read through your mods, or read through your buffs to figure out if you have it or not, that's going to be a lot. Right? right? Like that's an absolute
Thanks for the
assload
follow.
of dumb shit to do. That's what I do. Just shoot normally one and then reload and then yeah, that's what I so you're rotating. You'll do like one stack, you'll do one stack ADS, one stack not. Effectively. What up, Jay? Effectively is what you'll do. In about 22, 23 mil, like, on average, right? 22, 23 mil, basically. 22, 23 mil average DPS. Like, unless I'm doing something wrong. I don't feel like I am, though. I feel like if I am, it's within a margin of error. I feel like it's within a margin of error. Right? Like, I feel like it's within a margin of error that I'm doing that properly. If I'm not, then just be like, no, Randy, you're absolutely. It's DPS. What do you mean, though? Max damage per second. Because that's closer to... Right, but it's, yeah, no, to your point, that's fair. That's fair, because it has a higher fire rate. You're going to be doing average damage per second. Because of the fire rate, right? Like, in theory. Yeah, I'm not saying the Escava is not a better gun. I'm just trying to really understand things here, right? I'm just trying to make sure that I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting it. Inversion rounds, like Restored Relic has chill inversion rounds, so I do both types. You want to change it to fire.
Well, hello.
You want to just change your inversion to fire. It's not going to cost you anything. Because you'll get, basically, Jay, you'll still get this bonus. You'll still get this bypass, right? Because you have one of these picked, but you won't get the bonus damage here. So, like, trying to double dip them isn't going to work because this is a modifier based off of the damage. See where it says, like, adds chill attack equal to, like, blah, blah, blah? Like, just set it to be the same. At the end of the day, the fastest time have extra some people don't account for, and they just look at the damage. Well, but that's my job, right? Is to, like, show people the difference. And what I'm trying to look at is if you're, like, if all things are equal... Right? Like, all things being equal and, like, for a normal person. Like, all things being equal for a normal person, what is actually happening? I mean, if you want to test the Albion and Clairvoyance, we can do it anytime. Problem is, I don't have 8 people, you know. So that really kind of skews some stuff, but... Because basically you would just shoot up at the points with clairvoyance from the ground, basically. Just to get a sample size, I mean, I can throughout the day hunt. I can get 2 more people. I can get 4 people with Albion. Like, if Jobu's around, I think Jobu has the Albion built. Like, we've got quite a few people that have the Albion built. If I can solve the dashing issues, you'll just cuck your fire rate. Like, you can add more rounds, but you'll just cuck your fire rate, which gets rid of the benefit from the AK, right? Like, the benefit from the AK is the fire rate. You're working, just give you a heads up, and you can help with anything. Appreciate you, Urdu. Oh, yeah, no, it'll be fine. Like, when we're coming up around one of the next bosses. Like, we're not going to do it right now, but... Hey, Judge. What percent do you start building into stats? Multi-hit damage, crit? It literally just depends on the gun and the build and what you're doing, Brown. A lot of it's just going to depend on those things. Like, because if you're talking about, like, weapons, it's literally just going to depend on what gun you're using and who you're playing with. Like, multi-hit really excels on Serena, but it's not really as good of a stat on other guns. Or other Descendants that aren't Serena. There's like a lot of other things that go into it. Guns are probably one of the most irritating things to build on this game. Because most of the time, guns are absolutely unimportant. And about 99.95% of all content in the game, they're basically irrelevant. You just need the gun to facilitate skill damage for Serena. Like in almost all content. Depends on the character behind it and what you're fighting. Yeah, there's just so much. You're here too, Afro? Alright. Yeah, that's the hardest thing, Brown, is it's just hard to know because, like, in a very abstract sense, I can't tell you, like, once you have 200% attack, you should start building into multi-hit or something, right? It's not quite the same as it on something like Warframe. Want to be easier to check. 1 feels better for pubs for the average people. I mean, that's what I'm doing, but Hunt's wanting to check something else. Hunt's wanting to check something else, Lad, which is why I would need like 2 people with the Albion, because he's wanting to check. So like basically what Hunt was saying is, you know, for the Escava, people are using Sharon, and for like the AK, people are taking in like Enduring Legacy to like make these builds look better. There's a chance you could use like Clairvoyance with the Albion, but you would need a bunch of people that had the Albion, right? But basically what I'm doing right now is just randomly checking pubs to see like how these guns feel. The problem is it just depends on who you get in a pub, right? Like I could get somebody in a pub lobby and it could feel absolutely crazy because I just got like a really good pub lobby. But I mean, like and maybe I didn't play the Escava perfect. Like I'll replay the Escava next time, but mind you, level up your bunny. Still new. Just got to the swamp area. You're not doing bad then. Just take your time and enjoy it, Shadow. Dude, I cannot wait for this vacuum to get out of here. It is driving me up the wall. Like, when I'm already anxious, this vacuum fucking drives me bananas. But yeah, we'll try this. We'll see how this feels. We'll try this. The Albion, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm pretty sure I know how the Albion performs, but we'll test it again in pubs. I think that, because I do think that a lot of it, if you're just in a pub lobby where you don't have anybody that's, like, coordinated helping you out, I don't think any one of these guns... What up, mate? I don't think any one of these guns is going to be, like, a standout performer above the others. The question is just going to be ease of getting. And I'd say the ease of getting the AK... Getting the AK is probably the easiest. What gun would you recommend for the Abyss Challenge without Serena? Oh, shit. Who are you using? Legend. I would, like... for the Abyss Challenge, I would probably... If you're just wanting to clear it one time, I would probably still use Nell. And just use Nell as a skill descendant and put some HP on her. Take off her MP. Secret Garden and use Judge as Nell. There you go. Yeah. Basically. And then just take some HP off, or take some MP off and put HP on if you're unable to stay alive. Just unlock Serena. What weapon should you use on her? I mean, personally, I would say the AK or the Albion. That's what I'm doing. But what are you trying to use her for, Drop Magic? Are you trying to use her for... Are you trying to use her for general content, like where you'd want the restored relic to do mobbing, or Haley? Haley's going to struggle quite a bit in there. She's just so slow. She's going to get beat up quite a bit. Use Albion to farm Axiom because of ricochets. It helps.
Hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
I mean, for Haley, I would just use the Albion because it's her gun. I would use the Albion on Haley because it's her gun. It has a bunch of crit and it synergizes well with her kit. So just build an Albion that's like toxic and use that if you really want to use something. If you really want to use Haley. Yo, thank you guys for the follows. That would be my thought on that. If you want to use Haley, put Albion on her. That's the shit for farming Axion. I mean, yeah. I basically take my Albion and I take my restored relic. And I just swap between the two. Thanks for the Nelstorm hanger. You cleared it in 3 tries. Yo, I'm happy you were able to take care of it. Now you can farm it. Now you'll be able to farm it, right? And carry people, if possible. Then just, for me personally, I like the Albion on her. That's what we're testing today. I personally like the Albion. So, Drop Magic, just use my wall hanger build. And just use that for her, and she'll take care of most everything for you. Just use the wall hanger build. Should you do the first time Hounds quest? I mean, I think you need to do all the quests. So see, this is why pubs is so rough, because there's like so many, it's so random which team you get. Like, this team is just gonna absolutely smoke this wall hanger. Like, we're not gonna get no 20-second time or anything, but you know what I mean? We're not gonna get no 20-second time, but I mean, honestly, I can't really tell the difference. Like, this is pubs. This is pubs. I didn't go in with anybody I picked. This is 100% pubs right here. Is it a pickup group? It depends on how you want to look at it. I mean, honestly, it does. I mean, like, using any of these one guns doesn't necessarily feel better or worse than anything else. Like, I'll use my Albion. Let's see if I can double dip. Let's see if I can double dip. I doubt it, but let's try. Let's see if I can double dip. I doubt it, but we'll try. Like, none of these really seem that much better or worse. Like, maybe I just need to rerun the Escava because maybe I messed it up. But, I mean, honestly, they all feel the exact same. Which is sort of like what I've been maintaining the whole time, but I was like, you know what, let's build it and check, right? Because sometimes what you say and what happens are two different things. So let's see. How you doing today, Wardu? I mean, they basically feel all the same no matter what. I tried more elemental damage on the Albion. I mean, the build that we have on the Albion, we worked with Sanity to get, and it's basically the most damage you're going to get on the gun. But it does have critical hit damage on it, so...
우리는 할 수 있습니다.
I think I let my 4 lapse, which was my bad. But still, I mean, I can look at that in the video and post. Like, I let my 4 lapse, I think. Everybody was shooting a different fucking weak point. That's hilarious. Everybody was literally shooting a different weak point. I was like, dude, it's taking forever to break this weak point. This doesn't make any sense. Lo and behold, literally everybody was shooting a different weak point. All of his weak points broke at the exact same time. And I let my 4 laps at least once for like a couple seconds, so too high. Like, a lot of this is just me playing bad. Right? A lot of this is literally me playing bad. That's where I think, like, there's more that's going to go into that, and it's going to be human error. It's going to be human error more than anything. Human error is going to mess your times up more than anything. Yeah, I only did 753 that time, which was way less at 119. I did let my I let my 1 laps, or I let my 4 laps a couple times, but I mean, I definitely did less damage. Or I did more even damage. It depends on how you want to look at it, but I'll look at the results. I'll look at the results in post. Anything at more than 600 mil means you're doing your part. Oh, yeah. Hmm. 3.2 bill, 200k. Nice. Like with 5 base crit rate, should you build into it? Basically, no, Brown. Like, if your gun, unless your gun has some sort of build or perk on it that increases the crit rate. So, like, Albion is a prime example. This gun's base crit rate is like 5% or something. It's very low. But it has a perk in it called, it's got a perk in it called, like, Mark and Horseshoe. And if you hit a target that's marked, you're going to get 33% crit rate. So, for a gun like this, you would build into crit on it. Not because it has an exceedingly high crit rate on the gun base, but because of the perk that goes into it, right? Or if you were to look at a gun like the Last Dagger, which is another prime example. This is another gun that doesn't have, like, by its nature, an exceedingly high base crit hit rate. You're in the Wallcrasher fight with us? What up, No IQ? So this gun right here, as you stack up Lethal Dagger, this has 30 stacks, which means you can get a 64% crit hit rate added onto this gun base on top of whatever's already on it and whatever mods you put on it. So something like the Last Dagger you would build into crit on, right? But if you're playing a gun like, you know, like Final Masterpiece, and this has a 20% crit rate, so this is sort of like a crit gun, right? But if you took a gun like, I think, this has got 22%, you would just need to look at the gun and go from there. There's some guns that just have really low crit rates, and you wouldn't want to build into them. Some of them have higher than other, but that's basically what you're going to look at when you're looking at it. And that's sort of what you're going to be looking at. So, yeah, I'll have to go back and rewatch those. I'll do one more with the Escava to see. Because I'll try to do it. I'll try to do it like a little bit. I'll try to do the Escava a little bit more like Hunt said. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, I can just look at the damage and I should be able to figure it out, right? So, let's head back to town. Let's head back to town. But yeah, I think that I'll try to get some people together, Hunt, and we'll try it with Clairvoyance, but I don't think it's gonna be crazy. Level 1 Albion is the only way to get it to level 100. You have to recraft it. You can merge weapons, drop magic. So when you craft a brand new gun like that, it's always gonna be level 1. And then you go down here. I don't know why it puts me up here. This isn't my default load in. Basically you go down here and there is a terminal right here. And there's a button called weapon level transmission, and you find the gun that's level 1, right? So like for me, I think I have like my eraser's level 1, and then if you have other guns that are level 100, you can select them and you can merge the level 100 gun into your level 1 gun and make it level 100. That's how you do it. All right, so yeah, I mean, I think right now, I'll definitely have to go back and look at the numbers. We'll rerun Escava one more time and just try to see which one is really doing the work or really hard carrying. What up, Mojo? We'll see which one's actually doing the work and which one's hard carrying. I think one of the main things that's helping the ARs out is this multi-circulation. You did one build that run? Nice. What were you using? I think one of the main things that helps the AKs out is the fact they get multi-circ. I think multi-circ is really giving them a lot. If I could get multi-circ on my Albion, it would be much better. There's some bug with the Arche League trigger mod. What's the bug? You're using the AK? Nice. Yeah, I think if you had multi-circ on the machine guns, it would help it, but the fact that there's not multi-circ on it is really kind of hurting them more than anything. But we'll double check it. Or it could be the loss in 200 fire rate. And the fire rate's definitely not helping, right? But yeah. What augment should you use on the Albion? What do you mean? What up, OG? The ARs also have higher slight damage. Multi-hit damage base, yeah. What's up, Hangy? How can I turn Freyna effective? What do you mean? You want to see like a Freyna build? I can work on it. Nell's now the new Glay. Nell's putting in some pretty good work. I'll be working on Freyna here in just a little bit, by the way. So I'll work on Freyna here in just a second. Yeah, it basically just is what it is. Basically just is what it is. What up, people? I forgot. Lamau. All right. Well, the other thing too, though, to be fair, I didn't have my chill rounds on, so that we'll swap out to our chill rounds next time and see if that helps. That's going to be the biggest one, is like making sure we're on the chill rounds. So next time we run it, we'll run it on the chill rounds. That will help some, because that's just straight damage that we left off. Nell's crit build's great. Just don't like the fourth skill. What do you mean? What do you mean, OG? I wish it like had a little bit of targeting. I wish it just wasn't a straight throw. Chill attack. That's gonna be what, another 20%? It's another 20% chill. Because we did the fire with the AK. We need to do this, and then your best damage was 3.4 bill. Yeah, it just depends on how good your team is, right? If you have a team that's not really helping, you're gonna absolutely struggle pretty rough, and you're gonna have to carry most of the damage. Yeah, I think we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. So let me go like this. The Nell can miss. I think more Descendants need this. Oh, the fact that it's just not like a homing beacon. Because, like, I can tell you doing the Stormhanger, when you miss and you just throw, like, 30% of the Stormhanger's damage instantly, it hurts. It hurts so bad. It hurts so, so bad. Alright. Let's do presets. Get my Frayne out. Let's get my Frayne out. Let's get my Frayne out. Let me look at her mods. Let me see how I wanted to change this. I had her changed up a little bit during the demo. Well,
hello there.
Yo-ho.
Thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follows. We do keep them anonymous. So if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, get to know me and the community. Have a good night either way. Either way, thanks for the follow. Your phone's going to die? Well, that's not good. Let's get up here. Let's get her trigger mod on. Let's get a couple things on. Let's get a couple things on for her, and then we'll take her out and play her and see how she feels. We'll make some slight changes to her. Nothing too bad. Thank you guys for all the follows, though. Let's go out here and let's do this. Let's go here. Let's unlock this, right? Unlock trigger mod. Should be good there. All right, we've got that. Oh, using her crit mod. Yeah, you'll get used to it. It's a matter of practice. Yeah, it's just getting the shots to hit, right? A lot of it's just timing. Cooldown Dura. Do I need cooldown Dura? What did I run on this? I ran tech and cooldown, not cooldown Dura. Let me double check her mods. She had focus on toxic. Focus on toxic. Focus on tech. This is an attack mod. Where's her attack mod? Focus on toxic, focus on tech. Tech amp. Toxic amp. Both of those are here. Dangerous ambush. I think I'm gonna leave DA off just because the like lift thing. I mean, it's not bad. MP conversion, nimble fingers, skill extension, skill expansion. 1, 2. There's one other mod that I'm missing. Is it maybe amp control? That I don't have marked there, maybe. And then amp control for range. Okay. Let's try this, chat. Fellow man of culture. Dude, somebody's got to do it, right? Might as well be me. Might as well be me. I'm a terrible human. I can't help it. Not Arche League. Power Beyond. Sort by name. I really wish I had a better Power Beyond. Put that on for now. We'll put Power Beyond now. All right, let's try that. All right, we've got that. We've got all that. We've got this. No red mod. What's our cooldowns look like? How low are they? 2 seconds. What up, Graybeard? The question right now, chat, is do we put Brave on, right? Do we put Brave on to where we can spam a bunch? Or do we not? Those are the real questions. Man, like, none of these are really going to be good for her. We could put... Would you break? A Lurkini? What? Thank you. Thank you for being here, Graybeard. Lurking, I appreciate you, brother. Multi-talented. I think I really want to run multi-talented on her. Because these are what? Tech? Get range and power modifier.
Gay porn. I'm watching gay porn right now. I hate my job
The
because
modifier
I love
though.
gay
Yo,
porn.
what up, lad? Thank you. Or 2 can proc it. Nah, I don't want to use that. It's the only downside. Yeah, I will bypass that if possible. Or I mean, you could always use sort by tier. Sort by tier. Yo, Decimator nets the most damage. Yeah. Well, the only reason I wouldn't put Decimator on. What up, Miru? The only reason I
This
wouldn't
stretch
put
brought to you
Decimator
by
on
our
is if I wanted to
community
use Dangerous
and
Ambush
athletics.
because of Power Beyond, right? Because Power Beyond will suspend. So Power Beyond will suspend, which means I'll get all of the benefits from DA because everything's suspended from Power Beyond. That's the only real like increase you're gonna get from here, right? If I want to keep the cooldowns low, I mean, I'd like to keep them even lower. Halfway to getting alt Franny, can't wait. You excited for? I need to put tech on this. I need cooldown. I need to see if I have a cooldown tech. I doubt it. Right? I doubt it. I'm gonna really doubt I have cooldown tech. I'm really gonna doubt I have cooldown tech anywhere. Fusion, like I don't even know why I have that. Cooldown singular, like that's fucking junk. It's gonna be your second ult, so you're very excited. She's a lot of fun. Like the Dura's fine on here, but I would prefer cooldown tech. I would prefer cooldown tech, but I'll take this. The inversions, I have no idea what to put on her. Really. Something for like maybe for MP. Just so I can spam. Like rounds don't really matter. I mean, I could put any of these on so I can shred off for the toxin, but it's not really gonna matter. I don't know if this works for her 4. I don't know if that actually works for her 4 or not.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
Yo, what up? What up, Trimble? Skill cost, maybe? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe skill cost. I just don't know if this works for her 4. It'd be nice if it does. We don't know. Right? It'd be nice if it actually works for her 4. So when I used her during the demo, I put bravery on her. And we do lose, right? Like you do lose like quite a bit of damage from it, but making a build for the Axiom, yeah. I mean, I'll use her on Axiom or basically anywhere else. It'll be good out in the Axiom. It'll basically be good anywhere. Rounds per mag. The multi-hit one. It's 2 firearm. And I thought I made one of these that was... I thought I'd made a new one of these. Seasonal 4. Let me see what her seasonal 4 is. Basically just Dura. You doubt it for her guns? Guns are important to Freyna because she's like really bad at bossing, right? It would make sense to boost Freyna's toxic attack since enemies in Axiom seem to have immunity to toxic. It just depends. It was a bit of a strain. You didn't optimize her for the zone. What up, Rafa? And then you went like 3 recovery, which is what I have here, and hunt for. I thought about going with circular. I thought about this, but like I'm thinking I won't need that if I do this. I just want to go play her and see how she feels. I need to look through all these really quick. I need to go play her and see how she feels. I can always swap some stuff up. Where the fuck? Where the fuck? This is MP and MP recovery. And this is MP recovery and shield. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right? Nope, it's not. And then this one here is MP and HP recovery. Not good. MP and shield. This is max MP and MP recovery. These are no good. Man, I barely have any good sets here. And then this one here, this should be like shield and shield recovery. This one, I need the MP and MP recovery and combat, which I think is those. Let's go like that. Love it when you test shit out. I'm trying to have fun with it for you guys. You think Ballistic set will be good on Serena versus Wallcrasher? Not really. I mean, unless somebody's ran some tests that I don't know of, I don't see it. Unless somebody's ran some tests that I've not seen, I wouldn't imagine so. Because like you need the cost reduction to help you stay in the air. Yeah, since you're gonna lose so much HP, yeah, you're gonna need cost reduction to stay in the air. You're gonna get the extra 5 fire rate from like the Shell Crusher. And then if those sets don't have HP on them, then yeah, it basically is an absolute no. Right? It's basically just an absolute no at that point. Heard the eraser's good? Somebody lied to you then. Dimensional Destroyer's Nell set over the Mage set? Which one's the Dimensional Destroyer? The new gun set? Is that the new purple gun set? I don't have a fucking... I was like, dude, why her bike no work? The best thing about the eraser is telling someone how good it is. Dude, somebody's lying to you guys, man. Might be good for like very specific things. Yeah, I just think there's probably people making videos making stuff sound like it's much better than it is. Which wouldn't surprise me. Right? The one that drops better, but no mage set's better. Love the hover bike? Yeah. Oh, fuck, dude. I gotta deal with an Inez. Well, this isn't gonna make this testable. This isn't gonna be testable at all. We might have to set this on private. Inez and Anel? Jesus Christ, dude. Rip frames. Right? Like, literally rip frames. Looking for a good scout rifle? Scout rifle? I mean, there's not like really any good ones in the game right now, right? You're like losing a ton of damage if you're using the new sets. Yeah, I mean, it's been that way for a while, basically. How do you have the Korean voice actors? You just change your voice settings, right? Blue Beetle's not bad. Playing with Inez and pubs. Did they do a hot patch? Still have no idea how to craft X cores. You just need to level them up. You level them up from lower tier cores. You get a lot of really good cores from Void Erosion 10. Get a lot of really good cores from Void Erosion 10. It's probably going to be like one of the best ways to do it. I mean, Freyna's doing fine out here. I mean, Freyna will probably hold her own out here. The biggest issue is going to be the bosses, which has always been the biggest issue for her, right? I feel like she's putting in really good work compared to Inez, though. Just farming the last piece right now? None of you. Wallcrasher is nice for cores. Does the Wallcrasher even drop cores? He drops like 7s, though, right?
It's okay. You guys can stop freaking out.
Brave?
I'm here now.
Drinking out of cups. Being a bitch.
7s. He doesn't drop 10s though, right? He just drops like tier 7s. That's what I'm asking. Let me switch this to solo, because it's so hard to tell when other people are here. Thank you, Brave. How you doing today, buddy? He drops 10s, but 7 of each. Nice. No, he drops tier 10s. Nice. Frayna has a hard time in the Axiom. She's not top tier. About to find out here in a second. I'll go out there solo and see how I do. I feel like it was tough to tell because there were other people. So I was making it hard to see how she was doing, right? I like to play Axiom solo. I mean, there are a lot of people that are enjoying it. Some people are mad because they're going out there and not finding any teammates, right? Rain is really good in the Axiom. We're about to find out, aren't we? Add a return to tell Albion on your emote wheel. Probably would be faster, honestly. Dude, half of the time I try that and it won't fucking do it for me. VP challenge mode got reset. What do you mean? Oh, like the leaderboards and stuff? All the rewards got reset to like redo it. That makes sense. So you can do it like one time to get all the rewards. 3 cores. Yeah, I'll have to do them eventually. I mean, I'm not having much of an issue out here with Frayna. Let me actually switch out to my gun, right? Oh, I need MP collector, maybe. I might need MP collector for this. That might be what I had on. I might actually need MP collector for this instead of decimator. For this build, I might actually need MP collector. These guys right here are the worst part. Right? Like, these guys right here are the absolute worst part. Yeah, I might need MP collector on this, honestly. Just destroy the eyeballs for resist. There we go. Frayna's sword doesn't do enough damage. I'll just destroy the eyeballs. I'm just ignoring the eyeballs. Damage lower when you do it solo? It shouldn't be, I don't think, right? It shouldn't really matter. I don't think it scales, right? I thought it was static. I thought it was static, Sage. Just quit payout, malevolent. Does your foot trail proc power beyond? I'm not sure. I mean, it'd be hard to do it because it would have to be on cast, right? So you'd have to triple cast it in order to get it. So you think malevolent is gonna work? Yeah, I think I need I think I need MP collector on this build. I need MP collector. Over decimator, I need, that's what I need. That's actually what I need. Let's retry it now. Let's retry it now. I was like, dude, something's not right here because this played much better. This played much better during the demo. Let me actually look because this is probably on the wrong build. It is. General. That's gonna make it better. No contagion. I'm not gonna use contagion. I'm not gonna use contagion because I want the dots to stack. Fear mode. Any good like bossing elite weapon will work? Yeah. You just prefer Mal. I need to put chill rounds on, but it's okay. Just want to see how this feels, right? Once I put chill rounds on, that'll feel much better. I mean, this should feel perfectly fine out here. I'm assuming this is going to feel perfectly fine out here. It did last time I did it. Wouldn't Exterminator work well on those mini-bosses? What's Exterminator? The rocket launcher? Didn't know they stacked, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what you give up with Contagion is they spread, but the dots don't stack as well. So, like, basically, the Blueprint Rocket Launcher, I mean, does it work well on them? Does it take the mini-bosses out quick over something like the Last Dagger? I think it does. I mean, I feel like the Last Dagger is probably just going to do as much work as anything else, as long as you have a good one, right? But yeah, basically, what you give up for Contagion is that your dots don't stack as well. Like, they don't stack the same way. So, taking off the red mod will allow you to stack dots, and then you can basically just keep hammering shit. And then with Power Beyond, you're getting additional skill power, plus you're getting the ability to, like, suck everything. Does water play on Valby stack? I think that's what everybody was saying, right? Is that the dots stack on it? So it's viable. It's viable, Pear Bear. I thought it targeted multiple. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this works fine. Like, look at our... I mean, like, we can literally spam our abilities to the nth degree right now. Right? Like, basically, we keep this whole area under fucking Toxin. You don't destroy those eyes. They don't make them immune, but they increase their like resistance. But if you do enough damage, it doesn't matter, right, OG? Like, if you can just do enough damage, you can damage through it. And that's effectively what happens once you get to a high enough level. Like, you can get to a high enough level to where it literally doesn't matter. Like, we're putting so many dots and so much damage on the ground that, like, nothing is going to survive. Right? Yeah, the time damage on the eyes isn't going to... Yeah. Like, the more time I spend sitting there trying to damage the eyeballs, less time I'm spending damaging mobs. Like, we're doing, like, 70 and 80,000 per tick. We're doing multiple ticks at a single time. I mean, you can see we're doing, like, 3, 4, 5 ticks at a single time. So we're doing like hundreds of thousands of damage instantly. Putting the dots on the ground. We're destroying the ships, dude. Just makes it to where you don't have to destroy the enemies when they hit the ground. You run Contagion with defense neutralization. I didn't even look at my... I don't even know what my actual... Or I don't even know what my inversion is right now. But like basically when you put like a toxic, when you put a 1 on the ground, it creates like a zone where if things get in it, they take damage. And then if you put a puddle on the ground, it's a different zone, right? So those are two different things. But the more toxic and the more puddles you put on the ground, the more of those stack up. So, like, effectively what we're doing is we're just stacking the whole area with a ton of toxin, like, with a ton of damage. Like, we're just stacking the whole area with a shitload of damage, like, so effectively nothing can survive. I'll look at my inversion here in a minute and see. I'll look at my, not my inversion. I'll look at my, fuck balls. What is it called? I'll look at my, Arche Tuning here in a second and see what actual Arche Tuning I have on. And honestly, I'm not even running around with my Secret Guard now. I was running around with my freaking Last Dagger out the whole time. So, I mean, we're doing, like, look at all the damage. I mean, we're doing plenty of damage. Like, look at all those damage ticks. Right? Like, look at all of those damage ticks that are happening nonstop. And then we can just, we literally just spam it, and every 3 attacks, we suck enemies up, so... we're basically keeping enemies sucked the whole time, right? Like, look at all of this damage. Yeah, this is no red mod. Like, I mean, you can't... I mean, this build's not doing bad, obviously. At least not out here. Yeah, basically, Freyna sucks. She's no good. She's basically borderline unusable in the plains right now. Reminds you of like a water play Valby? Yeah, basically, right? Yeah, she's basically unusable on the plains. Her biggest hang up is going to be the bosses, same as Inez, right? Like, because that's Inez's biggest hang up is the bosses. Like, Inez's biggest issue is going to be the same as Freyna's, which is, like, just the bosses. Like, this right here is probably going to be the worst part. I don't think that... Like, I could try her 4, but I don't know that her 4 is going to do that much better, right? If anything, it's just going to make me slow as fuck, but... I think the last dagger's actually probably doing better. Think they should nerf Serena? Yes. Must be blind? I'm basically blind. I'm basically blind. Yeah, I think Serena should be nerfed. I absolutely think Serena should be nerfed. I think once I put chill on this, it'll feel much better on the inversion. Because the last dagger, at least you get some decent movement, right? You get some decent movement tech, so, like, you can still move around. Yeah, the biggest issue there is obviously, the biggest issue there is obviously the biggest issue is obviously the damage on the final boss. Once the armor's gone, use that little bit of extra damage. Okay, let me look and see Arche Tuning. We are using defense neutralization here. So we are using defense neutralization, and we are getting toxic cohesion. You get the rare drop. It's not bad, is it? Sometimes you get lucky. I would need to run the math. I think the math on this was that this tree was right. Let me double check. Let me double check. I should have 12 skill power. No, skill power is not right. Need to have range, which we have here. I've got defense neutralization and toxic cohesion, which is fine. We've got a little bit more skill power than what it showed there. I don't really think I can get any more. I think it's probably going to be okay. I think it's probably going to be okay, chat. I think that's probably okay. What do you guys think? And then we've got the cost. We've got everything else. I think things are fine here. I could maybe get rid of the cost for something. We can maybe go for weak point just to make her feel a little better against the boss. Let's take that off and try weak point just to see if she feels better on the boss. We can always go with duration too if we don't need this MP. We just need to see what our MP... We need to see what our MP situation feels like. Dude, look at all these fucking things on the ground that my dog's just... Do I not have a dog on? Is my dog just literally not doing anything? Is my man literally just retarded? I'm pretty sure my man is literally just not working. He's not fucking selecting any of my guns. Yo, Ecto, how's it going, mate? How was your stream? How was your stream, brother? Previous mission results. Start mission. This is with the toe trigger mod. We don't be doing shit. Yo, Zio, thank you for the sub, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Dude, the dog is just basically not doing anything. I'm wondering if the map isn't just bugged, right? Like, I feel like the map is literally just bugged. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. We were literally talking about that earlier. Because I think Hunt uses some of those, like a little bit of a different setup. What's up? Just saw your new returning player guide on YouTube. Found you. It's taking a lot, but it really helped you out. Yo. Mr. Huya. Thank you very, very, very much for that. Oh, just talking about like using some of the different inversion reinforcement to not like have to not use the bravery set. Could be you got a full inventory and dismantling things on cooldown. It could be. W YouTube video? Yeah, I appreciate that. I think a lot of it's just going to depend on how you want to play it. Like, I think a lot of it's just going to depend on how you want to play it, because you'll never be able to get under a 1 second cooldown. I don't think you can ever get under a 1 second cooldown on this at 1.1, and you can never get under a 2.5 second cooldown on that. But with the bravery set on, you can keep them. You can keep. I mean, like, you can have as much cooldown as you want, right? And the damage really isn't that big of an issue. But using the plague set is going to take like 30% damage off of my last dagger, right? Or at least on the critical hits on my last dagger, which is going to make my life feel that much worse. What do you think using bravery on Nell? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't messed with bravery on Nell. I'm assuming that you probably don't need it, because you can get pretty good uptime on her skills, and the amount of damage you're sacrificing is pretty high, right? Toe effect isn't great with the Slayer set. I mean, you could run the Slayer set now that they say the toe effect is working. So maybe you could run toe with Slayer on this. Like, maybe I could swap that out and get rid of bravery. But again, what you're going to be having there is you're not going to be able to spam as fast. Because the whole idea about this is literally just spamming my skills as fast as I can, right? That's all I'm doing. Yo, thanks for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, get to know me in the community, have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. Because that's sort of the big one. Plague has less ammo versus Slayer. Mostly for VP to have Nell. 4 more often for the elites per room. I mean, you could maybe come up with some use case niche for it, but I feel like you're just giving up a ton of damage. But trying to find a new crap to level. Left for level 18. Yeah, Dubs, I think the biggest ones are just making sure you've got all your Descendants done, and then start working on weapons, and then you can start going back and doing like all the old blue and purple weapons. Just pick them up and just run them. Just put them on somebody like Freyna or Inez while you're doing regular missions, and just level them up that way. Jumped from MR6 to MR14. They did a good job helping you out, though, yeah. I don't know, chat. I mean, I can look at some different component sets and just see if I like the way it plays, and we can reevaluate things. I mean, right now most of my damage isn't a problem, right? Like, the damage I'm doing isn't a problem. I have no problem with the minor adds. So the big one is just killing the bosses faster, because like these adds literally don't matter. Like, none of these adds matter whatsoever, right? Like, adding more damage to be able to kill them faster, like, it's not really making a big difference. Wait to cash out of people's wallets? Dude, I'd like to know what the new dog does, though. It's kind of sad you missed out on the base story. You hear it's good. Somebody told you some interesting things. I think the base story was probably okay at best. I kind of personally felt like it was just completely... just like a generic style story. I didn't think it was anything that really crazy, but maybe some people really enjoyed it in a way that I didn't. No. I mean, I can definitely take the Brave set back off and just see if I still feel like I'm getting enough skill spam. Have some friends that like cheesy stories. Oh, that makes sense. That'll make sense then. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? I mean, what do you think of the build, though? I don't think it looks like it's doing bad in any stretch of the imagination. What time is it? Oh, we gotta get ready to go do that fight here in a second. I mean, I feel like the build's doing just fine. Like, damage-wise, I feel like it's doing fine. Yeah, it's got a defense. Yeah, I've got defense neutralization and cohesion on the tree. Instead of grabbing like the gold skill power node, I went up and got cohesion as well. I mean, I think it looks good, honestly. I mean, you can see all the damage we're doing. We're doing an insane amount of damage. It's definitely fine. The difference you get with the components changes will be minimal. Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter. I think the only thing that's really going to change is you'll probably get less skill spam, but you'll get a little bit less skill spam out of it, but you'll hit a little harder. It literally just comes down to preference, yeah. Yeah, I think the big difference is just going to be you'll lose a little bit of firearm attack, but you'll do a little bit more damage up front. Frame a bike build next. I mean, I've seen people doing it. I think it's fun for the memes, but I don't think it's actually viable. You know, I think it's definitely fun for the memes, but I need to go back to Albion. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my dog. He's just like bugged as shit right now. My dog is literally bugged as shit. I mean, if I was to take off, yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous over hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. You know, speak up, me to know me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follows. I think that you can use Bunny's third on a bike, yeah. Junk bug since the season started, yeah. It's not just you. I think all of us have just been getting like a bunch of really, really, really weird shit. Gonna try Blair on the bike. I mean, I think it's fun. Trying to decide if I want to get rid of this Dura and go for tech on it, but I mean, honestly, you're literally splitting hairs at this point on this build. I think you're literally splitting hairs on the build. You've had no problems with your dog picking up or deleting, dude. I've had just like really weird situations. Basically, let me check my electric, because the reason I have these set up is for electric, and I want fusion. What did I want for Bunny? I wanted to have a fusion. I wanted to have cooldown and fusion. I think it was like cooldown and fusion on it. I think it was like cooldown and fusion is what I wanted her to have. Yeah, it was fusion and cooldown, if I could get lucky enough to get it. But I probably won't. So here's cooldown. Critical hit damage and fusion. Cooldown. There's cooldown and fusion right here. Right here's the one I want. We're going to keep this. And then now we can switch these. We can switch these to go back to this. This will help with like my issues.
Drinking out of cups.
There we go.
Being a bitch.
There we go. That's going to help. Now let's go like this. Build's fine. I think people just need Freyna for battle pass progression. Thank you, lad. Does more damage than Freyna now? I mean, she does for the most part, but gotta start farming the dog treats. How many do you have? Do you have none? Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a bunch of the dog treats laying around, you're definitely going to want to go get some. Let's do this. All right, we're going to try this again. Wait, I needed to do my Albion again because my Albion didn't have chill on it last time. So we'll run the Albion this time with chill. We'll run the Albion with chill. And see how this goes. Because I didn't have the Albion with chill last time. You got like 4 butter tubs saved up for the next pup. Don't those give like a ton though, Pear Bear? Like I feel like those give an absolute ton, right? like to grind for a bit for you. Depends on what I'm doing, Apex. Like, if I'm doing things that I can have people come in, then I'll normally ask chat to, like, come in and hang out and run with me or do whatever. But if I'm testing stuff that needs me to just test it, it's really hard to bring people in because then it skews my test results. So, like, once I'm done with testing stuff, then I'll be like, hey, guys, I'm running Axiom, or I'm running Purge, or I'm running Sigma, or whatever I'm running. And I'll ask if people want to run. But, like, right now, I'm trying to test, like, weapon damage in pubs and trying to test new builds where I have to run by myself, right? So, like, when I'm testing those builds, if everybody else is killing everything, then I have no idea if it's actually doing good. Transition, Nell being saved. Was missing something in the middle. Oh, yeah, I was definitely missing something. It was definitely missing something. But, yeah, like, right now, that's the big one. Is, like, I need to test the Albion again. And then I want to test the Escava again. So I might run the Albion and then try to double dip and run the Escava. If I can run the Albion and double dip and run the Escava again, then I'll have most of that tested, and then I can just deal with that later on tonight when I'm looking at it. And then other than that, I've just got to do some stuff, and then I'm going to mess with a bunny here in a little bit. But after I mess with, like, a bunny build, and then I need to make a couple changes to my Inez build, we might play it by ear, and then if I decide that I'm running with people, I can always open it up. I can always open it up at that point. But again, it's just going to depend. We have to wait and see, sort of, like, just have to wait and see what's going on. Willis is in here. Interesting. So, yeah. So, I want to try to get this knocked out, though. Like, I want to try to get this knocked out. I want to get this test done. I want to test the Escava again. I want to make those other two builds. Get those ready to go. And see where we're at. Just want to see where we're at. You wonder what the patch notes are going to be for tomorrow? I wonder if they're going to nerf anything. You know what I mean, Glock? Like, I'm curious if they're going to come through and make any sweeping changes. I doubt it, because that's not their style. Like, if they're going to make a nerf and they're going to say, oh, yeah, like, debuffs no longer work on the Wallcrasher. And then, like, a bunch of performance buffs and, like, you know, a bunch of bug fixes. I would say if they made it to where you could not put a debuff on the Wallcrasher, that would be interesting. Because that would fuck up a couple people's builds. It wouldn't change them very big. You've been enjoying that build crafting? I mean, you've been working with, like, all the best people, Hunt, right? Like, you've been, that's basically what you've been doing since the season started out. Me, I've been hanging out, I've been streaming, I've been, like, trying to do the best I can and carry the community, but if there's focus on the current bugs, especially the dog and the issues and the Axiom performance, I mean, I think those are probably the highest priority things. I think those are probably the highest priority items. I think the highest priority items are all the bug fixes, and then thanks for the help with Frayna, Mojo. Yeah, hopefully the build that I just showed you works for you, Mojo. I mean, I'll put it up on YouTube. I'll put it up on YouTube later on, but hopefully that build works for you. Helping people update their sheets mostly. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have access to all the new sheets and all the best sheets. It just doesn't work that way for me. It's sort of like the downside. It's sort of like the downside to not be that guy. You know what I mean? He's still working on it. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get it eventually.
Well, hello there.
Thanks
Yo, thank you for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so if you're hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. You want to speak up, get to know me in the community, I'm getting to know you. Either way, thanks for the follow. Fix ship destroy animations, all I care for. Yeah, they gotta get some other stuff. Haley just got a buff. She's still not good, though. She's still not good, though. Yeah, it's definitely, like, tough. There's definitely, I don't want to go into it. Actually, I'm not going to go into it at all. I'm just going to absolutely stop saying whatever I was saying. So, what up, Anthony? How you doing, biggin? Dude, I'm telling you, that face cam you're using's making you look cute. I've noticed your viewer numbers going up. Noticed your viewer numbers going up, so I'm going to say. Sometimes being a cute dude does it. Numbers aren't anything, though. What's for lunch today? Dude, imagine eating food, Pear Bear. Imagine eating food. You're pretty new. Do ultimates, non-ultimate versions of Descendant give... Yes, they do, Panda. Fiery Panda, you have to do both of them to get MR. You have to at least get them to level 40. Anthony Baca, basically. We all know that, though. How you doing today, Ant? You having a good day, brother? You having a good day? There's definitely a better interactive feel when you can tell the person's talking to you. 1,000,000%. Hopefully they fix her. That'd be nice, right? Another day, another slay. What up, Rebel? What up, Cheating Bear? What up, Dubsta? Wasn't sure, didn't pay attention for your bunny. Yeah, it does. Each one of them changes it. What do you think next season's Wallcrasher boss is going to be like? You're funny if you think there's going to be something like the Wallcrasher again, right? I imagine that we're not going to get a second 8-man like this, and I don't think that they'll swap it out. I don't know what the next season, like in 2026, is going to be. Immune to multi-hit. Dude, even if they just put a debuff on him, even if they just got it to where you couldn't debuff him, it's going to mess up. If they made it to where you couldn't debuff him, it's going to mess up the unlimited ammos. It's going to mess up quite a bit of stuff. It's going to mess up some of the unlimited MP. If you made it to where you could not debuff the Wallcrasher, it would fuck up Serena's kit. It wouldn't make it impossible, but it would completely change the builds. Because you wouldn't be able to get the unlimited ammo, you would have to change some things out, and you wouldn't be able to get the unlimited MP. Both of those, it would fuck Serena. That's what I think would happen. If they decided to put like the no debuff on the Wallcrasher, it would absolutely, it wouldn't like destroy Serena, but it would scuff a lot of these runs.
Oh my.
And Sec, thank you very, very, very much for the sub, mate. Thank you for the support.
Just subscribe.
Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I absolutely appreciate you. I don't see them doing it though. And then they'd have to do a leaderboard reset. Oh, for sure. I don't see them doing it though. I think that it's just kind of what it is at this point. Because, I mean, like, the best teams in the world are, like, clearing this in, you know what I mean? Like, the best teams in the world are clearing this pretty quick, but your average team still isn't clearing it that quick. So... your average team isn't clearing it in, like, 20 or 30 seconds, you know? Your average team, it's taking more than 1 to 2 minutes. Like, it's taking more than 1 to 2 minutes for your average team, so... See, Madden challenge mode and pre-mades. What's challenge mode gonna net you? I think challenge mode for the Wallcrasher would be dumb as fuck. Personally. Yeah, I think most of your DPS loss on this is actually going to come from a lot of other things than your gun. Like, most of your DPS loss is going to come from tons of other things. Challenge mode? Dude, I just don't even want a fucking challenge mode. Congratulations, Sin, on you guys, like, running these 20-second times, by the way. Like, congratulations on you guys running these, like, 20-second times. I just don't want to see another fucking challenge mode. I just don't want to see it. I'm just over challenge modes. Literally just over challenge modes. I don't think they're adding anything. Like, I don't think they're adding anything to the game. I just don't. I personally don't think the challenge modes add anything. It's all in the team and patience. Yeah. I mean, that's what it boils down to, right? At the end of the day, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, a lot of these weapons... like, if you're using the AK, if you're using the Escava, if you're using Enduring Legacy, like, basically, it doesn't matter what you're using. Some of them are better than others by, like, percents. You know, this gun's 5% better, 3% better. But for your average gamer, they're gonna lose that 5% efficiency gain from being a bad shot. Or from the Wallcrasher fucking ballerinaing. Or, like, literally... literally you're gonna lose your DPS from more things other than like the gun. Unless you're in like a really good team, you're a really cracked shot, you can keep it still and everything else. is definitely a different fight, way less serious. Oh, I could see that, Hero, especially because you're dealing with a different crowd. Like the crowds, I'm not gonna get to double dip. I'm not gonna get to double dip. Yeah, I would honestly say that like the type of people you play with later at night when you're not dealing with like the hardcore crowd that's on during the day, I would say the fights are definitely much different. For sure, Hero. But yeah, I think that like right now, out of all the weapons, it's really not that big of a deal. Leave whoever fucking aggro, like whoever's fucking making it ballerina fucking dead. Like it's fucking Lamau, but it's true. I think I'm on a bad rotation. I don't think I'm gonna get to try this. I'll have to test this later. I don't think I'm gonna get him. When are melee weapons come in a couple months? Yeah. Yeah, we're not getting it today. We'll get it later on. We'll get it later on. Descendamons. Vision reinforcement. Leave it on that. Leave that on there. Leave that on there. Go like this. Presets. Yeah. So they know not to move, bro. Do you think that little Timmy No Thumbs knows not to fucking run away like a fucking chicken shit as soon as he gets it though? Like I personally think that you could tell somebody exactly who has aggro and they would still decide to fucking spin the bitch around. They would freak out because they had fucking aggro and they would start running in circles anyway. Little fucking Timmy No Thumbs would just have a bad fucking day, man. He just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Run away, little girl, run away. I mean, basically, they just sprint. They just sprint away, man. It's so bad. Was it your first battle? Adonis, mate. How you doing, mate? Yeah, dude, oh, man, little Timmy and me, man, we got beef. Little Timmy and me, we got beef. I'm not gonna lie. Where was it? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Cooldown and fusion power. That's the one I want. Fucking me and little Timmy, dude, we beef hard. Honest Abe recommended you? Oh, dude, Abe's a good dude, man. Abe is legit a good dude, brother. We love Abe. You want Molten Fortress 2.0? Just super hard giga juiced. Do you think he's gonna be hard? I think we'll probably just like fucking spank him. Have I played WoW? I played a little bit of like WoW when it first came out, and then stopped. I played a little bit of WoW Classic, and then I played some retail. I didn't play all of retail, but I played retail around Dragonflight for probably like 6 months or so. It was okay. I've played enough to understand the game. You know what I mean? Like I've played enough to understand the game. Reactor option enhancement. Someone asked for Serena nerf, but they don't understand. It'll just hurt the game even more long term. Unfortunately, Mark, I'll have to disagree with you on that, but I understand that it's there's people who are on both sides of that fence. I personally think, and I'm not gonna like go into it again, but I personally think hitting one, like if you have a whole floor in front of you and one nail is sticking up, it is much easier to hammer one nail down than it is to pry all the other nails in the floor up and then raise the floor by 1/4 of an inch to reseat all the nails and then to shim up every piece of flooring that you just raised. So like in my mind, Serena is the one thing that is breaking the game. So like in my mind, it's much easier just to nerf her than it is to, it's much easier to nerf her than it is to like rebalance the entire game around her. Fuck, dude, you had 5 Serenas on your team and you still did 3 Bill? Fucking Lamau. That's my view. I could be wrong. You guys can disagree with me. You're perfectly allowed to disagree with me, but that's my view on it. Can heal, get unlimited ammo. I mean, I don't mind her being like a jack of all. It's just that she's a jack of all, master of all, right? Typically, when you're a jack of all trades, the theory behind it is you're a jack of all trades, master of none. And she's basically just like a jack of everything, a master of everything. Which is, you know, it's kind of fucking interesting. Need some hand cannon ones. I might have to go farm me some hand cannons. We're not really using this. Dimensional and electric. Yep, we can use that. We'll put that right there. But I understand, you know, not everybody feels the same way I do, so let's not forget she flies. I mean, she like has damage avoidance, right? She has all sorts of things like working for her kit. I think she's a lot of fun, but I think that while I maintain that I think she needs to be nerfed, I don't think that the player base we have wants her nerfed. Like, I just don't think the style of gamers that play the First Descendant really are looking for that type of content. I think that they are looking for content that they can just speed farm. I think that's what they want. I don't think they want, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they want some insane fucking hard content, or even some content that's like mediocrely hard or mediocrely hard or just slightly hard. I just don't think that's what people want. I think that right now the entire player base that's built around this game is a similar type of community that you get around sort of like an ARPG. So like for ARPGs, people don't typically care about balance at all. They just want to know what's the strongest so they can build it, so they can speed run, so they can speed farm. Right? Like, that's basically what people care about, and I think that's sort of where we're at in this game. Oh, Zero. Whisper. So, like, yeah, and Warframe reminded you of an ARPG. Yeah, it's just, like, I think that's what, I just think that's what people want, and that's the game that we've sort of like fallen on, right? And it's not like no shit or like not shitting on people that want it. I just think that, and there's fucking Wesker standing here too, bro. How is like everybody standing here? Literally, how is everybody standing here? Fucking Wesker standing here, fucking Zero standing here, literally everybody standing here. It's hilarious. You can see people complain about the planes being too hard every day. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that I think that like your average gamer is not like cooking through this content. I think your average gamer is kind of struggling, right? Using Ultimate Bunny since the game release, you don't care about the meta. You know what, new? I think a lot of people are that way. Transparently, I'm new. I think that the bulk of the gamers, like, here's what I think happens. Where's my paint? Back to the paint, chat. You guys keep fucking making me do this. You guys keep making me do this. Like, this is like the skill gap of players that play this game. Right? Like, this is the skill gap. Right? So, if this is the skill gap of players that play this game, right? I think you've probably got some people, like, that are down here. And you've got some people that are here. So this is like your should be consideration. I know. So this is probably, I would say this is probably like 20% of your player base is just this like super casual. I would say probably 20% of your player base is like below like super casual. Like they log on. They probably don't even care about mod. Like, they don't care about anything. They're gonna log on. They're gonna look at new bathing suits. They're gonna run around. They're just gonna like run 100s, run 200s. Like that's what these guys are doing, right? They're like running 100s, running 200s. Like, they don't care about anything. And then I would say probably like 85% of your players, probably at least 85% of your players fall in this group here. And this group here, they care. So basically someone with a live. I think this is even less than someone with a live. I think this is somebody that just literally doesn't care. So this is, wait, that's 100. This needs to be 75. I can't math. Because this is going to be like your top 5%. Right? Yeah, that's 105. Yeah, that's why I was just like 75, 80, 90, 95. So this is going to be like 75%, right? So that's 70, that's 90. So these people here, I think they might look up a guide. maybe every once in a while they might think about swinging by a stream, like maybe. Like maybe they'll show up if there's like drops or something going on. Like they might maybe rate like maybe check out a guide, maybe they might check out a stream. They're probably gonna play whoever they want. They're gonna play whoever they want. I should just get a dry erase board. You think so? They're just gonna play whoever they want. They don't really care about the meta. Like meta doesn't matter. They don't care about the meta. And they're not gonna sweat. And they're not gonna sweat. And they're not gonna sweat. So if you show them a build and you're like, okay, this build is the absolute best build, but you need to stand on one leg. You know, you need to hop on one leg. You need to rub your stomach. You need to pat your head. You need to like kiss your sister and like do all these different things. But if you do all of this, you're going to be able to do the most optimal DPS in the game. You're going to need 10 friends IRL. Do you know what I mean? Like you need all of these things and people are going to be like, okay, well, I'm not doing any of that. I don't have friends. I don't care that much. I don't want to do that. And then, so like, this is this group. 10 friends IRL, I'm out. Exactly. So, like, this group of people, they're not going to do any of that shit. Random incest threat in the equation? Yeah, because nobody wants to do that shit. The point is that nobody wants to do it, right? Like, the point is that nobody wants to do it. Say your stepsister or whatever. Stepsister, fine. We'll just say stepsister. But my point here is that, like, most people aren't going to do any of this. And then you have the top 5%, you know, and they're looking for, they're at streams like every day. They're at streams nonstop. They're watching every YouTube. They're watching like every YouTube video. They've got, you know, they've got fucking 5x of like every meta weapon built. They've got every Descendant. They've got everything. And all they care about is trying to min-max. They don't actually have friends. That's probably the hardest thing is for them getting friends. Like they might have friends. They might not. What up, Zero? I think that's probably the hardest part is like the friends thing. Like friends question mark. Right? Like friends like question mark. Like maybe they have friends, maybe they don't. Like maybe they know what grass is, maybe they don't. But I think like the bulk of your players are here. Most of that fits you, yeah. So, like, I think, like, this is... So, like, this is the bulk of your players. So, like, genuine friends. You have one friend, dude. You're doing better than some of us, right? I only have, like a couple friends. And I don't even know that most of them play this game. But, yeah. So, like, 95% of your players... 95% of your player base doesn't care about the meta, isn't gonna stress the meta, isn't gonna sweat the meta. And if you tell them that they have to do a bunch of dumbass shit in order to do something, they're not gonna do it. They're gonna be like, I literally can't be bothered to do that. I do not care. I literally do not care. I'm not gonna do that, right? And that's just the way it is. Is there a reason the Albion's meta? I mean, all of them have their unique pluses and minus. The Albion's nice because you can use it in a bunch of other stuff. There's the AK that people are using. People are using the Escava. There's like a bunch of different weapons right now people are using for a bunch of different things. The Albion does really good damage against the Wallcrasher, so that's what people are doing. Basically all these guns are just really strong for different things. So let me go get something to drink. I think stressing the meta kind of runs the game, at least for me. There's so many cool things. I thought I'd try all the uniques. I mean, some people really like the meta, some people don't. But I think that most people actually don't care about meta, but they just want to get things done. Wesker, thank you for the lurk as well. I think that like a lot of people just want to get things done. Crazy that you're in the 5%. I would say probably not, because it's probably your mindset, right?
Cups, being a bitch.
Almost never like that, but I'd say that's probably your mindset, Eric. Like if you're somebody that has all that and does all this, you're somebody that's like at the top end of the
Well,
game.
hello there.
Like, how many
Thanks
hours do
for
you
the
have?
follow.
Because if you're like, I'm surprised I'm at the top 5%. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. If you're surprised you're at the top 5% of the game, but you have like everything done, you have everything done, you have every Descendant built, you've got every character, you've got multiple copies of like meta build or like meta weapons, then you're probably somebody that's like over the 1,000 plus hours mark. And that is by far and away somebody that is an above average gamer. 2,000 hours, yeah, there's no surprise that you're at like the top end of the gamers. Right? Like if you have 2,000 hours in this game's been out for a year, calculator. This game's been out for a year, so let's go 2,000 divided by 365. That means you play the game 6 hours a day. You've played this game 6 hours a day, every day since the games came out. That is by far and away an above average gamer. Like your average, yeah, you know, some folks are double or triple that. Yeah, your average gamer plays like 8 to 12 hours a week. 12 times 52. Your average gamer. Now, see, Barbosa, you're in the average gamer if you've been playing for a year. If you haven't been playing for a year, then that's a different story. But your average gamer in the US plays games for 12 hours a week, between 8 to 12 hours a week. Do you see what I mean? Like, no hate on anybody that's got crazy hours. I'm just, like, pointing things out. A lot of times, probably AFK and Albion. Oh, for sure, but thank you guys for, like, all the alerts and stuff, by the way. But, yeah. So, like, keep that in mind. So, like, if you... Those aren't gamers. Those are filthy casuals. I mean, basically. But these are the guys that play the game. Like, these are the guys who... there's more of these people that play games than there are of people that have 3,000 hours. Right? Like, these people probably outnumber the 3,000 hour gamers like 10 to 1. You appreciate that? No, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I have over 1,000 hours. Most of us testing in the lab, fucking Lamau. Yeah, so like those are like the things that you have to understand when you're looking at things, when you're looking at content, when you're looking at balance, when you're looking at making changes, when you're trying to understand the game. So like the top 5% want things to be one way, they want it to be another way, they want it to be challenging, whatever. Dude, I think like probably 60 to 80% of your fucking gamers like literally don't care. They're like, I want to get on, I want to play the game, I want to run my bunny, I want to run my Viessa. I just want to clear the content. Like, I don't want to be locked out of anything. I don't mind having to grind. I don't mind having to log in because I only play one character, right? They're like, I only play one character. I only play Viessa because I don't have enough time to build 8 characters. But I've spent a lot of time. Like, I have like 500 hours in my Viessa. So I just want her to be able to do what I want. And if my Viessa can't come into the Wallcrasher, but I've put 500 hours in her, then I feel like the game is fucked up. Do you see what I mean here?
Oh my. It's a sub.
Yeah, there's 8,000 hours in a year, exactly. What up, Big Wrench? Thank you for your Prime, mate. Thank you for the support.
Just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. What up, Doc? But so you can see my point, right? Like, I think your average gamer is gonna, and that's where there's like a disconnect between those of us that are like chronically online playing the game and like your average gamer who's gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm you know, I really like Valby. Like, I really like Valby. I think she's cute. I think she's fun. I have all of her skins. I really love the character. I want to be able to take Valby into the Storm Hanger and have her do well. Okay, well, because Valby's not meta, right? Valby can do Storm Hanger. This is just an example. But, like, people are like, well, Valby's not meta, so she can't do it. Or if she can do it, she's got to, like, struggle. Or she needs, like, a very hyper-specialized build, and she's going to be doing it in 6 minutes versus 30 seconds for Nell. And that is where you get people mad. And then when people like me can take Valby and do crazy shit with her, and then people ask my question, I'm like, yeah, Valby's strong. Like, and people are like, well, what about her? I'd be like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. You know? Like, because nobody wants to have their thing touched because that's what they spend all their time on. Because for them, making a change to their character is hugely detrimental to the amount of time that they have invested compared to me. Because, like, you could come in and nerf my Serena today. And within 3 days, the community would have a brand new meta Descendant picked. And I would have it built and ready to go within probably 2 to 3 days. But your average gamer, it's not going to be that way. Your average gamer is not going to be anywhere near that. They expect everyone to use the Descendants for the task which suited them. Oh, yeah. You're like at 24 hours? That's a good amount of time to start. What up, Terrell? Got your first Wallcrasher kill today? Did you get some good mods out of it? To be honest, Valby's a Descendant that keeps me playing, that kept you playing the game through Season 1? Really? So you can see my point. And if you just come through and make all these Descendants no good, then people aren't going to want to play, right? So, that's just kind of the way I look at it. So, I think Serena, like, so I can understand people not wanting to see nerfs and blah, blah, blah. I do think that Serena needs to be taken care of. But honestly, I don't think that this game is the kind of game where it matters. I think this game is the kind of game where people just want to get on and have fun. And it's not an esport. And, it's not an esport. And it's not a competitive game. Like, none of that matters. So, like, yeah, you can come in and, like, smoke things with Serena. Well, that's fine. But people, like, don't want to do Serena. That's fine. They don't have to do Serena. I think where it gets really shitty is when you have, like, people that actually bully. Like, when you have people that bully down or punch down because somebody's not using the right thing. Like, those are just, like, absolute cunts that need to be kicked in the nuts. Right? Because what's going to end up happening is the people you're punching down on, like, I know it sucks to have to, like, carry damage or whatever. But if you run off all of the smaller fish in the ocean, you're just not going to have an ocean left. Like, everything's going to die in the ecosystem. This game's like an ARPG. Yeah, you play it to feel like God, basically. That's what it boils down to. They just call it balance. I mean, they need to rebalance her. We've been saying that for a while. They just need to rebalance her. Like, nobody likes the word nerf, but yeah. They need to rebalance her. It's a PvE game, yeah. Gonna try to do Stormhanger. You got this, Wesker. You got the Nell build on? You ready to get out there and cook? I need to go use this bunny to make sure I like her. Guys, let me go use the bathroom and get some coffee. And then we're going to see if I actually like this. It's nerf or nothing. Same generation new. And Outlier Ajax was my starter. You actually really like him. Ajax does okay. Like, some of the biggest issues for Ajax, like when it comes to mobbing, is he just doesn't have enough radius. Because in this game, radius is king. Like, the range that you can kill things in is king. If there wasn't mastering other tunes, you'd only have a few. I mean, probably. The only reason I have as many as I do is because of, like, making content. Honestly. Right? Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I make content, I probably wouldn't have half of the Descendants I have built because they don't matter. Started 4 accounts with Viesa. Viesa does a good job. Guys, let me use the bathroom, and then we'll go play with this Serena build. Or not Serena. We'll go play with this bunny build. I want to see how it feels. Don't forget to stretch, drink water, and stay hydrated. We'll get some more stuff when we come back. What do I got researched here? Oh, we finally got our final eraser. We finally got our final eraser. Can I make 5 of these? Damn it, not yet. I need to make more. I need to make more. I've almost got enough to get all my Descendants done. Almost. Discovered the best gun for Viesa's Kingsguard Lance. The best gun for Viesa is using more skills. She's basically like a cowbell, right? Like, you know what this needs? More cowbell. Do you know what Viesa needs? More skills. Like, just cast more skills. If you're ever thinking about trying to do more damage with Viesa, just cast more skills. Like, that's basically all you need to know about Viesa. Like, you want Viesa to do more damage, just cast more skills. You put a gun on her, you're not casting skills. You're shooting, you're not casting skills. Just not as good as, like, Inez or Freyna. That's true, though. Alright, guys, give me a second. I will be right back.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
All right, let's go see how this bunny does, yeah. Probably not gonna be crazy because it's bunny, but let's make sure she's got the right guns on her at least. Definitely not that roll. We'll try this. See how that feels on her. Let's see how this feels. Let's see how she feels. I need a handgun, but I need a handgun to put on here, but I'll have to wait and see if I maybe get one. Still trying to figure out how to get 2-minute Stormhanger runs with Viessa. With Viessa, that's gonna be pretty rough. Hold on. Thank you for your videos. No, I appreciate you. Yep. Any new characters? Been away for a while. How long you been gone, Jay? Did you give up on Freyna? Did I give up on Freyna? We made a nice build for Freyna. This means the end, but she's just not fun for you. You have more fun with Viessa? Oh, for sure. I get that. I get that. Is Thundercage good for Bunny after the buff? I mean, it's okay, but like, you'll see. I'll show you mine. Love your content? Yo, I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Anything new? Quite a bunch. Like, quite a bit. Quite a bit, Jay. 7 months, I think Serena and Nell are probably two main ones. I can't remember. 7 months, I think, was when Haley came out, right? I mean, we've had some ultimates and stuff, but I would say Serena and Haley or Serena and Nell are probably your biggest one. Isn't Blue Beetle the gun for Bunny? Only if you're running crit. I'm not running crit. Toxic Chick just got updated. Alt Blair was a snooze fest. Prove you wrong. I can't because I think Alt Blair's okay. I don't think Alt Blair's crazy, but I think he's okay. It's been about a year since Haley. Yeah, I think that probably Serena. There's been a couple ultimates, but I think like Serena and Nell are probably the newest ones. 306 days since her red mods. Like lol. I mean, you could use Blue Beetle for is the gun for Ambush Sharon. Yeah. You don't like Inez? I mean, Inez isn't like the most dynamic character to use, but she's still pretty strong. I mean, I wouldn't use Blue Beetle on Bunny personally, but I'm also not running Crit Bunny, right? So I think we'll get Alt Haley soon. Maybe. What up, Syl? You like high voltage Blue Beetle? There's definitely a bunch of different ways to run her, right? There's definitely a bunch of different ways to run her. For me, it's just which one's going to clear the content and do okay out here. Right? That's going to be the biggest one. Do this. I mean, like, high voltage is definitely just an older way of playing her, right? Crit build with Blue Beetle, yeah. If you're running crit, it's going to make sense, but, like, most people just don't run Crit Bunny anymore. You just hope they'll introduce a good end game. I mean, for me, that's really my biggest, like, point of feedback I've given them has just been around the, what up, Fresh? Has been around, like, their vision of an end game and a solid end game grind, right? Like, I want a better version of an end-game grind, but because I don't think that like grinding for trigger mods is going to be the end game for me. What up, Zifu? Like grinding for trigger mods just isn't quite the, you know what I mean? You like her for bossing? I'm dead. I think Crit Bunny for bossing is kind of interesting because you're still crit fishing, right? Because you're not going to get a lot of crits. The very Mind Electric had 2 seizures. Dude. You had, what the fuck? Why you have seizures? I see there's a new boss. Yeah, there's a couple new bosses. The new Wallcrasher is kind of a big thing right now. Right? Like the Wallcrasher is kind of a big thing. And then we've got like the new Abyss bosses and stuff too. You can roll out now? What do you mean, Jonas? You mean you can just roll out of the enemies, like if they're there? Like you can just roll through them? Dude, man, Bunny just, like, she does fine. Like, this isn't a bad build for her, but she definitely just, you know what I mean? She's definitely not as, like, versus, like, some of the other Descendants. Like, I just don't think she's, like, crazy. I know there are people that like her. Skill crit hit rate 180%. Who are you getting skill crit hit rate on 180% for? That's good to know, Jonas. I didn't know that. You're getting 180 crit hit rate on Bunny. You think Secret Garden's better for her to hold? I mean, Secret Garden's tech. She's not really using any tech skills, right? Right? Like, she's not actually using any tech skills. So, I don't know that Secret Garden would be better for her in any situation. You don't like having 100 things chasing you. All of them barely get tickled. I think with like higher mob density though, I feel like high voltage is kind of rough because it's only hitting 3 enemies. Like, if you guys can get her over 100% crit rate right now with Blue Beetle, then I'll look at her as a crit build. But effectively, as far as I know, she still can't get 100% crit rate. Bunny MP's lacking. I mean, it's definitely a little tough at times, especially when you're not getting everything like spam killed. Back to testing. Someone shared some more info for you, man. Hopefully you guys got something good to go with. Posted a bunny build in Discord where you get 100% crit rate. I mean, basically, there's only 4 crit mods. High voltage yourselves, which is the electric condenser in your area. She just couldn't do the damage. Yeah, I mean, EC definitely really helps her out, I think. You think Arche Leak could be good for her? Well, the problem is, if you're using Arche Leak, I'm pretty sure she's going to run out of MP, right? Might be useful for the whole community if it's true. I mean, anytime there's new info is always good, right? She can't get decent crit rate? I mean, I didn't think she could. Man, Bunny just, like, struggles. She'll get dried in no time with Arche Leak. That's basically what I thought, is, like, Arche Leak would absolutely just nuke her. Because Arche Leak works on Serena to keep her MP up specifically because of what you're doing, right? Some don't like Bunny because of her speed. I mean, I get that. Man, she definitely needs, like... I mean, she's got MP Collector on. Your bunny can get about 40% crit rate, which is still really low. Because 40%, most regular enemies have 5% crit hit resistance. Like, most normal enemies have 5% crit hit resistance. So because of that, you're only gonna get so much critical hit. Is Copium full invest with Blue Beetle? You like, yeah, like 47% for me is not high enough. 47% crit hit rate for me is nowhere near high enough. Because you're gonna lose a ton of damage. You're gonna lose like a ton of damage on the front side of it, you know? Yeah, I think it's still going to be kind of rough. It's like Copium got you through some purge levels. I could see that. Man, I definitely think that, like... 'Cause we've got cost reduction on here, DMG the build. That's why I just looked at it. I just looked at it. I think it's still going to be under 50%, right? Like, I'm not... Let me go back to Albion. It's not a bad build, but it's so much worse than non-crit. I mean, I'm pretty sure, right, Arazer, that it just... The 40%, like 47% crit rate is just not an insanely good number when enemies have crit hit resistance. Like, I'll go down here and look at it, but I'm just not seeing it being like... I'm not seeing it being really, really, really viable. Get on here and see if I have a handgun. Because I think, like, Bunny's a mobber or whatever. Problem is basically things have to die for her to work, yeah. And in harder content, that's really challenging. It's not one enemy, it's zapping a pack and getting half of them. If you run a weak damage build, they're not dying. That's why high voltage. I'm trying to teach a cat how to bark. Lol. Let me see if I have a handgun. Unless it just like merged everything, which it might have. Yeah, it fucking broke my backpack. What up, Death? Let me go in here. We'll go in here and look for a second. I'll go in here and put crit mods on her and Blue Beetle. Like, I'll put all of her crit mods and Blue Beetle on and see what she looks like. I'm not gonna like really go crazy on building it, but yeah, just even normal enemies have like a 5% critical hit resist to them. Like, just your run-of-the-mill average enemy,
Well, hello there.
at minimum, has a 5%. Some of them have even more. Yo, thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, right? So if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up, I'm going to get to know me in the community. Have a good night either way. Thanks for the follows. Yeah, even like your most basic enemy has a 5% critical hit resistance on it.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the
thank you guys for all the follows. Basically, let's put on skill insight. She's not even fucking catted out for this. So basically, this is going to take everything we have. Skill insight, skill concentration, emergency measures, and front lines. Right? Those are basically the four. Those are basically the 4 critical hit mods. Yeah, there's not anything else you're going to add to increase our critical hit. And then take Blue Beetle. Put Blue Beetle on. Right? So with Blue Beetle on, arguably investing into crit is taking away your damage, which is counterintuitive. Yeah, it's definitely pretty rough. So right now, our skill critical hit rate is 40. Now for Blue Beetle, right? In order for Blue Beetle to work, can resist subtracted from base values. What do you mean, Abe? Can resist be subtracted from base values, or is it multiplicative? What up, God? So if you use a fusion skill, you're going to get a skill crit hit rate increase. So, right? So basically, if I do this, and then we'll pick any one of my skills. Yo, lad, give me a second. Is this one fusion? Okay, so we'll use this. If I use
This stretch brought to you by our community.
our skill hit rate goes to
Athletics.
42. Right? Our crit hit rate's 42. So, like, to me, you can probably increase that by a few percent. Like, if I have 20% crit and an enemy has 10%, or now it's at 18, I think it just comes right. I think it comes right off the top, right? Like, they just resist 5%. So if you have, because it's not going to go off of your base, because that's going to, I think it comes off of the top. So if you have 100% crit rate and you go in and the enemy has a 5% crit hit resist, then you effectively have a 95% crit hit. That's basically all the math that I've ever done up to this point. Has basically done that. That's basically how we've always looked at it. Now, I could be wrong, right? Like, I could be wrong on it, but basically that's how we've always looked at it. How do you check enemies' crit hit resistance? Most of that's done by data miners. Most of that's done by data miners. Or you can do the math yourself, but it's going to be so fucking hard. right? Like, it's going to be so hard for you to do the math yourself. Because of RNG on the crits. Like, you can hit 100 times and try to get an idea of how many crits you got. You could run 100 and then the next time do it and get, you know, a different whatever, because it's just the way crits work. Sorry, chat. Trying to answer something really quick. All right, so let me do this. All right, yeah, so basically there's that. I think Vash made a video on crit resistance and functions similar to Cap. So if you're at 90 and the boss has 75, then you're effective or something like that. Yeah, I think, like, basically I'm taking that from what I recall from Vash, but I can't even promise it. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Let me go back to Albion. Guys, I think this bunny build's fine, but I just don't think the bunny does really great in the plains, right? Oh, if you were to look like standard RPGs, like a 1 in 20. Yeah. So, I think that, I mean, I think this bunny build's fine, chat. Explosive Life Glaze, pretty nice in the plains. I mean, I think she is. I think our Restored Relic Glaze does. I think our Restored Relic Glaze is really nice, but you could do either or, right? You're trying High Volt. I think that you guys won't like High Volt because of the mob density. High Voltage only hits 3 targets. So when you're being swarmed by hundreds of targets, it's going to feel really bad. And you're going to lose access to Energy Condense. Or like, yeah, you're going to lose access to EC. Which is going to feel even fucking worse. Because, like, you're going to feel really bad about not having EC. Is your build with defense? Which one? Defense neutralization? On here? I don't think I have one with defense neutralization. Oh, I do, but I think I swapped the tree. Because I need this cooldown. I can try it. It'll probably make it feel... I think that we ran the numbers, though. I think when you run the numbers, this is higher, Hunt. I'm pretty sure I ran the numbers, and this actually hits harder than DN. Like, by the time you lose all this skill power, and you lose this, and you run from here over to DN, I actually think you lose damage. I actually think you lose damage. Well, because DN's all the way down here, which is also a weird thing, right? Because I have this build here without the cooldown, but depends on the skill you've been finding. You have no crit tuning in this build. The build that I was just looking at, I didn't grab any crit here, but you're only going to gain, you know, 5 or 6, 7% more. You're still going to be under 50%. You're still going to be under 50%, which to me, if you're not hitting 80 to 90% crit on a build, then you're probably losing a ton of damage. Oh, yeah, these. I had that for something else. That was on there for something else. Because, like, I want... Because I had this. But if I take this off, right? Like, if I take this off, I want to get this, but I can't, right? Because I need that. Good morning, chat. What up, Kyle? I can go try this and see if it feels better. You were locked out of your house for a second. You're good now? Dude, I'm sorry you were locked out of your house. I want this. I just don't have a way to get it. That is what I want. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, well, let me do this. Get the fuck off my screen, dude. I don't... Can I please not get these notifications sometimes, chat? Like, I literally don't want those notifications. There. You doing Wallcrasher? I will be, but I need to test something, Anthony. I need to test something, or else I'd bring you in. Another day, another 9 meetings about bullshit. Isn't that what every meeting is about? Is just bullshit? I think every meeting is about bullshit. After this, though, Anthony, you can run. Like, we can run, but I want to test one more thing. I'll try this on Bunny and see if I like this over this. I think DN will help. Like, I think DN might help some. It's going to be minus 30% electric resist. We're only missing the 600 skill power, which isn't terrible. And then we're missing like EC up here, but that's also manageable. I actually think I want that skill cost over this recovery. I do want that skill cost over that recovery. I get it. I don't think I can. I can't. I have to go this other way. If I want, I can't get... I have to do this to get this. Right? In order to get this, I have to do it this way. I could get, like, some of the skill cost, but that 4% is not that big of a deal. I think we run it like this. We'll run her like that. We'll run her like that and see how she does. Descendant. Let's go with presets. Let's put her here. Save. On that build, you have all the arcane in the top area. Right, and she's probably still going to get, like... But my point is that she's definitely... She's not going to get 100%, right, Ecto? You're not going to get her to 95% critical hit. Like, she's going to be 47, 48, 50. Maybe. Like, 50, 52. Which means, like, under half of the time that she hits a normal non-boss enemy or non-yellow bar, she's going to be under 50%, and then yellow bars on the plains are going to be even less. And then her crit, like, her crit will be okay, but it's not going to be crazy because of, like, how you're building into her. I'm not saying that it's not possible. I know there's another content creator that kind of, like, pushed, like, really pushed hard to try to say that Crit Bunny's better, but I just have a hard time believing it. I have a hard time believing right now that Crit Bunny's better. Just because her crit rate isn't high enough to make it make sense. Don't understand the math. You just go based on what you see. I get that. They're both the same. You just find it hard to believe as well. You take the dagger to well over 2 million? What do you mean, Jay? The non-crit's more consistent, and that's sort of the big one, right? Oh yeah, you can get the weapon crit, you can get last dagger way up there. And with Xbox Edition, I don't see any numbers on your screen. Fucking Lamau, that checks. That checks. Yeah, I mean, I think that consistency is key, right? Like, if you're hitting roughly about the same amount of damage, but you can't consistently hit crits, and when you start hitting enemies that are even higher level, you're hitting them even less, then it's going to make it feel that much worse, right? All right, we're going to try this. It's going to be the last time we try this. Got electric rounds on. Weak point. Best trigger mod for Luna? That's a hunt question. But crit has less cooldown. For her 4, which makes the non-crit a bit better. That checks, Sanity. That checks. disagree with y'all, you can always disagree. I can't disagree with Synody if he's ran the spreadsheet. I mean, the math is the math. Math is math. Like, you just can't disagree with math. So, show you what, Jay? Who's what do you need to see? All right, let's look at this. Let me do what we can here. We'll get this done. We'll check this out. I want to see how this works. She needs full reds to be an effective critter. Well, based on what we were looking at, you're if you're good at it, then non-crit's probably better, yeah. I barely play bunny. It's just about how good you are at running around. I could see that. I'm terrible at it, and crit just clear stuff makes room easier. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't put any time in on Luna right now since the update to see what's going to be her better red mod, or like going to be her better fucking trigger mod. If you're trying to do her for DPS, then probably just go ahead and toss on Power Beyond, unless you're doing something really crazy. If not, math is easy. Times 1 plus multiplicative damage. What up, Fed? DPS is gap in time. There you go. Like I said, I don't actually play her right now, so I haven't tested it. So if DPS is better for gap in time is better for Luna, then go with that. I haven't played her, and I haven't updated her build for that, so. Extremely excited for Ultimate Luna. She'll be here soon, right? 1 plus 1 is 3. Yeah, quick question. How do you put things in there, no talent? She's the only one that can take advantage of it. There you go. Hit M, go to library, figure out whatever you want to farm. As long as it's something that can be target farmed, you'll go here. Say you're looking for a box. Say you're looking for a loot box. Say, what up, Trunks? Say you want to do like this Orca loot box. You would click on the Orca loot box, hit F, and then click right here where it would say set as target reward. And in doing that, it'll set this to be your target reward moving forward as like what you will get like percents on every time you clear the missions. Yeah, not a problem. It's interesting she's like the only one that can take advantage of gap in time. Oh yeah, that's right, because of the healing, and then yeah, because she has to do the healing and then do damage or whatever, like heal buff ally or whatever, and then do damage because of her like gun shooting skill damage. So stacking up and then doing it makes sense. All right, we'll knock this out. I want to see how this does. The hardest part, again, about all this, again, is just it's so fucking tough to test in pubs. Kyle, no cooldowns, nuke. None of y'all. Gap in time doesn't really allow you to run any cooldown. What do you mean? What up, Lids? Saw you in a team the other day. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Lids. What about the eraser? No good. Not really. It's been a while since they've made an actual good gun. Like, we're using some of the older guns, like Escava, but that was you. That's what I thought when we were talking about it. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Lids. Chance to proc gap is 100% minus your cooldown reduction. Oh. So basically, you just can't scuff on her, then. So the goal there is just not to scuff her. Like, just not to scuff her skills. Right. You just want to get her skills up and running and then just don't scuff. Oh, man, that's still rough, though. That's interesting. I would have to see that play style. I trust people do it really well, though. I trust people do it really well. We'll mess with this. Boop. We'll run this. I want to see how this is, because we need this info. We need this info for later on today. If I'm correct, she's coming next month on the 4th. Yeah, it should be next month. Gap in times where you can't run cooldown. So what if I run 100% cooldown reduction? Does that mean 100% uptime? That would mean you get a 0% because it's inverse. It's inversely like tied. So if you run 90% cooldown reduction, you'd have a 10% chance. You can't get 100% cooldown reduction. Best cooldown reduction you can get in the game is 90%. If you run no reduction, then yeah, you'd have 100% uptime on it, right? Because it's inversely tied, right? I've got Frodo Baggins here. Yeah, 90%'s max. Hit the wrong buttons, but whatever. Man, dude, the hardest part is literally like in pubs, you're gonna throw most of your damage by just most of your damage is gonna be thrown literally just by people moving the boss. Right? Or just like you fucking hitting the wrong button. Most people aren't gonna be reading chat, so you're not gonna have that issue, but like, most of my damage right now is being thrown from, like, not hitting all the right stuff I need to do. Man, getting this motherfucker to move around nonstop is, like, really fucking irritating. You still can't beat the Wallcrasher? I'm sorry to hear that. Are you using Serena? There we go. I mean, I threw a lot of damage there. Oh, Z's in here. Fucking Lamau. Just hopping in Void Vessel for the first time. Hopefully you enjoy running Void Vessel. Void Vessel is a lot of fun when you first start out. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I think that you buff the Wallcrasher a lot. I think that usually helps. Well, what I'm trying to figure out here, and it's interesting what characters people bring to pubs. Oh, absolutely. 1 minute clear, 1.6 bill with Escava. What all were you using? Were you in a pub team? Were you not in a pub team, Razer? Were you using Nezestras or anything else? Was there a Sharon in the team, or were you just able to hit all of your shots in 1 minute? Did you use anything other than the gun? You been walking, babe? I'm trying, man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I'm pretty much set in my convictions on this. Escava and Wave of Light for MP. So then if you're using Escava for MP, then you're probably using Passionate Sponsor, right? Because you're having MP issues, so you're having to use Passionate Sponsor. That's the only way you would have MP issues, correct? Because without swapping out to Passionate Sponsor, then you would have no MP. Yes, you're using Passionate. That makes sense. So then it's a different play style, right? Because like here, let me. This is what I'm trying to say, right? Paint. This is kind of what I'm trying to say, right? Let me increase this. Like for the ACG, what you do is you fly, and then you shoot, and then you dash, right? You dash, and then you shoot. Basically, there's like a, you need to put a 1 in here, right? You need to use your number 1. This is basically the Albion. But then for something like the Escava, thank you, dear. For something like the Escava, you basically, you fly, and then after you fly, you basically need to shoot, you need to shoot Wave of Light. You need to shoot Wave of Light, and then after you shoot Wave of Light, you need to swap to your Escava, right? And then after you swap to your Escava, you need to hip fire, and then after you hip fire, you need to dash. And then after you dash, you need to ADS, right? And then after you ADS, you need to dash. And then after you dash, you need to ADS.
변이물질 형성 신호가 감지되었습니다.
And then you're doing all of this while acquiring target. While acquiring target, and you're doing all of these steps. And then this is if Wave of Light, if you kill the boss fast enough, you don't have to reswap to Wave of Light. So there's just a lot of additional steps to use the Escava for a marginal increase in damage, because it's an increase in damage for sure, but it's a marginal increase, right? You're doing maybe 12% more damage or something, but you've added a bunch of additional steps. You thought of the idea to make us join for finished matches, dude? It's so irritating, isn't it? So I know this is dumb. I know this is dumb and it doesn't really make much sense. I know most of you guys don't really care. You guys watch Twitch streams and YouTube videos. None of this really matters to you guys. You're in that 5% that we were talking about earlier, right? You're in that 5% we were talking about earlier. Don't forget to kiss your stepsister. Oh yeah, stepsis. Right? You fully agree? You're making build for the average Joe. Albion Final Wish is the way to go. Absolutely. Right. If you're 65% of the player base, then this. No, but you guys are absolutely shredding the fuck out of the boss with the Escava and the right teams. You guys are absolutely cooking. Do you have an Albion Cavalry build guide? I do. I do, Mash. Exclamation mark wall. Exclamation mark wall. Just run through ammo. Dashing it helps. Reload time isn't bad and you don't dash that much. Oh yeah. Escava's which boss? Escava you just pick up from buying it. From Devlin. Man, it's true, love. If you're beating the boss in 17 seconds, that's the other thing, right, Lids? If you're beating the boss in 17 seconds, that is a completely different world. Because even trying to hit your shots matter much less in that world. Right? Because the boss is basically not even moving. By the time you get there and you start hitting the boss and you start staggering him, he's just going to lock in position and not move. So you're not going to have to worry about him doing the shoulder twist shit and doing all these weird moves. You're just shooting at this one point. Oh yeah, no, it's beyond the top 1%. There's fucking 16, there's probably 32 people in the game that can do that, Sin. Because while there are people that could do it, they don't have the teams, right? You're probably talking 50 people in the entire game. So there's, we'll say, just for shits and gigs, right? We'll say for shits and gigs right now, there's 60,000 players. And then what do you multiply that by? You divide that by what, five people, 6 people, 8 people? We'll say 50 people, right? Divided by or it's 50 divided by 60,000, right? 50 divided by 60,000. Whatever you do, however you do the math. However you do the math to get it, right? Yeah, we'll say fucking 20 people divided by 60,000. Whatever the percent is, right? Whatever the percent is, you're dealing with No one wants to queue sync. We're all just doing it to show the potential. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's like such a pain to do. Yeah, we were talking about top percent for what? You're just talking about like the tippy top percent of gamers that are beating the Wallcrasher in like 15 seconds. Like you're talking about such an insanely high or an insanely small amount of people. Yeah, I mean, if you could add an 8-person party, it's still going to make it better, but goddamn, how many people have 7 friends that play the game? Right? Back to gap in time. Want to try a build without cooldown, but bravery and veterans tactics seem if they're worthwhile. VT is kind of a pain in the dick, but you can try it. Like, most people that have friends touch grass. Most people that are good at the game don't touch grass. But for him, exactly. 8 active players that have everything. Like, most of those people all know each other already, right? Joke's on you, you came back from the garden. There's no grass in there, though. All you have is fucking weeds and shit. All you have is, like, weeds and tomatoes. Tomatoes aren't grass. Tomatoes aren't grass. Grass, exactly. Not the shit you smoke, either. Foreign concept? Yeah, basically. I don't even know what fucking grass is. Do you like gardening? Never done it. I like the idea behind it. I think it's fun. 90% Axiom. Oh, yeah. Who needs a garden when you can hold the secret garden? That's what I keep hearing. You hear sun exists, but I'm not quite sure. Guys, the only reason I have any color on my face is because my lights do it. If it wasn't for the fact that I could put orange on my lights, I would look like fucking Casper sitting here. Just lit a joint. You sure it doesn't count? Doesn't count. Dude, if it wasn't for the fact that I could put a fucking orange light filter on my light, I would look like goddamn Casper. Want to go for a 30-second run? Yeah, I don't care. Now that I've done all my testing and shit, I can run whatever for the rest of the day. Like, now that I've done my testing, I can run whatever. I don't care. You just got to tell me which gun you want me to run, because I have them all built. Where are the green cores most likely to drop? From the Wallcrasher, Avoid Erosion, Purge. Wallcrasher, Avoid Erosion, Purge. Get you a group? Oh, it's all good, man. And we'll sync up. You just tell me what you need me to do, Ant. I'll make whoever fucking fire team leader. You guys can do whatever, man. I don't care. I'm just hanging out. But yeah, if you got a team for this hour, then I'll take like, I'll run the community. Like, I'll run the community for the next one. Pick me back up. Thank you, sir. Yeah, but if you've got a team for like here in like 40 minutes, then I'll just run pubs. Like, or I'll just run the community. Yeah, I think that honestly though, like, I think Albion's a great gun for like general running. I think it's fine.
Whoa.
Need to add some more elemental cores to the Albion. I mean, like, the Albion build that I have, Afro, like, has been pretty min-max. Like, there might be some changes to it, but I think that, like, we really worked with, like, quite a few people to make sure the gun had, you know, some of the best potential we could get out of it. But, I mean, I'm always fine for you guys to try to improve builds and then come back and be like, Judge, dude, I've been running this, I ran the math, this is, like, fucking better. You know what I mean? Been trying to build Python, is it still worth it? Not really. It's just not really in the meta right now. You have the same build? Yeah, that's what I figured. You have the same build. Well, I think you have most of them built, though, right? You have most of everything built. Now testing. No mobbing build's different, but she's overpowered. We don't need extra skill power. I think that Nell's pretty strong. Like, now that we've all played with her, I think everybody's got quite a few good Nell builds. I think that everybody's got quite a few good Nell builds. You have it all? Yeah, I thought you did. Like, the only one I don't have built right now is the Enduring Legacy. Because I think the Enduring Legacy is more of a team gun. Because, like, I think you use the EL with other guns, like, in tandem with the AK to really make it work. I need to like sit down and watch Sin's build on the Enduring Legacy. I haven't had a chance to watch Sin's build on it, so I don't know exactly how the Enduring Legacy plays in. I typically don't watch other content creator videos like early on into a season, because I don't want to be seen as making the same builds as other people, right? Like, I want to use like the community, and I want to talk to the community and build stuff on stream and figure out what works. So I really try to avoid watching other content creator videos if at all possible early on in the season. But I think we're like, we'll need a Sharon if we have a Scava. I don't know if we have one, unless Hero's around. If not, we can use the AK. I mean, I don't really care. I mean, if Hero's around, then we can use Hero. If Hero's not around, then yeah, we'll just... Or Lids says they can do it. If Lids is around, we'll just use Lids. If Lids wants to, we'll just put Lids in the team. Enduring was meta when the game came out, and then the Tamer, yeah. Why not? Look at Lamau. Yeah, so like, but now it's far enough. A lot of mag shooting for 30 straight seconds. Yeah. Can you join my team? As long as somebody's joining that's like in VC with you guys that can sync up the fucking like spawn in or whatever, that's fine. Because like if I'm trying to like watch on stream, I'm gonna get desync, right? Or if I'm like trying to listen to you say move in, then it'll fuck me. Because I won't be able to get in at the same time. Lids is a better Sharon confirmed. What would you recommend for a good poison weapon? What are you trying to do with it? No, there's an easy way. As long as you guys tell me what the easy way is. I'm dumb. A good poison weapon? Tell them the strat. I mean, you can tell me whenever. It's fine. There's supposed to be some way to do it from fucking Albion or some shit, but I'm dumb, dude. I spend most of my time like gaming with like pubs and shit. Like gaming with pubs, like carrying community members. Yeah, dude, this is the second night your streams went down, Sin. The first night I thought it was your internet, but you said it wasn't your internet, like something weird happened. And then I noticed tonight, like I woke up and your stream wasn't live, but I know your subathon's still going on. I was wondering what happened. Trying to find an easy way to kill the Stormhanger? Exclamation mark, Nell. We'll take care of it. Brian. Exclamation mark Nell will take care of it. Just do it on the YouTube side, and it'll take care of it for you. It should be here in a few minutes. Dude, you just been having, like, really, really, really bad issues with your ISP, right? Dude, I fucking hate this guy. Like, no, I mean, like... I think Bunny's fine, but Bunny's not really good out here. I don't think this is a bad build for Bunny at all. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with this build at all for Bunny. I just think Bunny's not really great out here. Can she do it? She can. You EST? Yeah, I am. I'm EST. She can definitely do it. You're just gonna need to put a poison weapon. Like, you're just gonna need to put something on her. So, like, what I would suggest is, like, taking your Albion and just making a poison roll on your Albion. Like, just make a poison roll for your Albion. What the fuck am I stuck on? Jesus Christ, dude. Why am I not moving backwards? Dude, my man here just took, like, no damage from that pop. Oh, it's because the first one he had defense neutralization on him. That checked. Honestly, I think you're better off just to gun him out. I think you're better off just to gun him out. Serena can, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, you can do it. You can absolutely, like, absolutely. Give me a second, Anthony. I'll read that. You can absolutely, you can absolutely do it with Serena as long as you have a decent weapon. Like, as long as your weapon's got a poison roll on it, you're fine. I did it during the demo that way. And I think once you realize, like, the mechanics and basically that you can ignore all the mechanics. Because, like, one of the biggest things that slowed me down was the fact that I was, like, trying to do mechanics and you don't really need to. So as long as you're not doing mechanics and you're literally just keeping pressure on it, you can do it in a pretty reasonable time. I mean, you're not going to get, like, 30-second kills, but you'll get, you know... You'll get a reasonable kill. Yeah, I mean, basically nobody did anything with that run. But yeah. Man, yeah, I mean, this build's fine for Bunny, but she just feels terrible. Like, you're not going to make this feel any better against these enemies. Like, you're just going to struggle out here with Bunny. You know what I mean? Like, just no matter how you do it, like, you're just going to struggle out here with Bunny. She's fine if she's in a team to mob, but when it comes to bossing, she just eats ass, dude. She's just not good, even with a decent roll on a weapon. These guys out here are just chunky monsters, you know? Bunny needs a buddy. Yeah, she just really struggles, man. These guys are just really, really, really chonks, you know? They're just chonky fucks, man. Literally just chonky fucks. For what time? Then we pray we get in together. Because you're not going to be able... You're just going to have to use your system clock, right? You basically just use your system clocks. Basically, you just use your system clock and you just watch and wait for it to roll over, and then you just go in. Basically, you just sit right there. You sit right where you're showing. Like right where you're standing. And then we get on our bike. And then as soon as the system clock rolls over, we just move forward and hope we pair up. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it. I'm willing to try it. Because it's basically just RNG. Because you're just trying to force Q. You're just trying to force Q. Don't forget to, like, boost down there or whatever. Like, as soon as it happens, yeah. I mean, realistically, as soon as you even get down to the bottom of that ramp, it starts your matchmaking. Right? Like, as soon as you even get to the bottom of that hill, it starts your matchmaking. You don't even have to get all the way to the door. 3DCs, farming plains. That's big rough. Alright. So, I think Bunny's Bunny. I mean, she just feels like shit. She just feels like shit. It doesn't really matter. Missed your answer? What was the question? Alright, I think that, I mean, once the player count's lower, it'll be much better. Need another Escavus Arena? Maybe. But it's not going to be... It's going to be like an hour from now. Be like an hour and a half from now. If you guys are around, then we can deal with it then. Because it's not going to be... It's not going to be right now. It's going to be like an hour and a half from now. Because it's not this run, it's the next run. This run's just going to be whoever. Alright, so basically... I guess I'm going to get on Clay. Honestly. I'll get on Clay, and then if anybody needs anything, we can run. Like, if anybody needs anything out here, we can run. If not, I'll just go to pubs. You can share your build tomorrow in the Discord? Yeah, you can share your build tomorrow in the Discord. Sorry, chat. I'm, like, literally not trying to ignore you. I was just trying to get some shit sorted out. I didn't get the 2 dance emotes? Which ones? Are they the ones you gotta buy? Depends on which emotes they are. Let me switch this over to Glay. The Nell experimental build? Yeah. I'm sure tomorrow I'll check it out. For sure. Yeah, it just depends on which emote you're talking about. Easy enough. You're used to being ignored, licks window. It's all good, man. It's just easy enough, man. Like, chat's being pretty chill today. It hasn't been too bad, but every once in a while chat will get a little busy. Super, super easy to, like, just overlook a message. It's not on purpose. Super easy to do, though. I can only imagine how hard it is to game while reading in live chat. I mean, I try to do my best. It's just when I'm trying to use, like, because right there I was, like, trying to coordinate with somebody on Discord while like trying to get a build together, while trying to save some stuff, like doing like multiple things, and it kind of messes me up. And then sometimes it's like you have to realize that sometimes people just aren't talking to you, right? Like there's a lot of times where people just literally aren't talking to me. They're talking to each other, like chat's talking to chat. Like they literally have nothing to say to me, and I just need to make sure that I'm not reading, you know what I mean? Reading something that doesn't matter. Is this, did I get this? Okay. Both before season 3, I mean, if they're not buyable, basically if it's not for sale in the shop, then you probably can't get it. That's like the shortest, like the TLDR. Missed your skill shots a lot. That worm can't stay alive. Dude, that motherfucker is all over the place though, isn't he, Ion? Like, dude, that's probably the hardest part. Bunny, you can use like your 3 or whatever and use the hover bike if you want to, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely use like, you can definitely use your abilities on the bike with Bunny. I know some people have been doing it for memes. I've seen people doing it for memes. I think it's funny. Like, I definitely think it's funny. It was basically one of the things we talked about before the season even happened, right? Like, we talked about before the season even showed up about how we figured it was going to be possible. And then their team outright confirmed that it was going to be possible, so... dude, I need to get my bikes done. I need to get my bikes done so bad. He's going to have shit around him, isn't he? Yep. Please do the unlimited ammo. There we go. There it is. Easy game. Easy game, chat. Man, what are we going to start grinding? Like, unfortunately, we basically got everything done. Right? Like, we've basically got everything done. There's not really a lot of stuff we need. So unless we're helping people get stuff they need, there's basically not a lot left for us to do. I mean, we've got some weapons to build and stuff, but we're basically cooked, chat. What's up, Dryden? Dude, every time. Are you on Xbox? If you're on Xbox, you might just have to change a bunch of your settings. Let's go manage vehicles. You beat season 3 already? Dude, I beat the game. Yeah, if you're on Xbox, then I would put Ecto put like a thing. Ecto put some info in the Discord about like the optimal settings to make it not DC. You like the bikes? They're so fun. Which bikes are you using the most? Max speed on boost. I think it was like 3 max speed on boost and 2 boost. Like 2 boost gauge recovery, I think is what we need here. You love all the bikes? They're fun. Oh yeah, I mean, like I barely, I mean, I use them just to move around or whatever, but wait 6 months, get 2 months worth, 2 weeks worth of content. I mean, I'm definitely, like we were talking about it before, right, Seven? Like I'm definitely an above average gamer, compared to like your average gamer. It should be in the First Descendant channel. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can't lock it in. And also, man, I just need to know if we're trying to do it at 2. Because, like, you mentioned 2 o'clock. I thought you said next one. So, do you want to do it at 3 or 2? Because if you want to do it at 2, I'll have to get people together around 2. If you're even still there. If not, I'll just deal. 6 months content and releasing. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot coming, but I think that for some of us, it was easier to burn through the content than others. Max speed. We're gonna burn through. We might have a shot on these mats, right? We might have a shot. Not everyone can play all day. Yeah, like not everyone's like me, right? Like bike re-rolling his ass, dude. I told them that during the testing. I was like, dude, you need to let us lock these in. The fact that we can't lock these in is terrible. Yeah, well, I think that their compromise for that is the fact that there's no range. Because imagine if you could lock them in, but there was a range. Like if max speed was like between 1% and 4%. So I'm assuming that they were like, well, we're not giving them a range, so let's just not let them lock it in. You know what I mean? Because this is like one of the few items that we have where there's not actually a range. Because typically everything else there's like a range, yeah, and it's like a pretty low mat cost, even though it's still an absolute pain in the ass. Especially when keep you playing until they decide to add a feature. Oh yeah, like eventually they'll give you a lock-in. Like this will be one of those things where like in like 2 or 3 months they'll add a lock feature, but until then, no lock feature, right? Boost gauge. Boost, max speed on boost. Max speed on boost. I think it's like 3 max speed on boost and 2 boost recovery. Trying to get recovery boost and max speed on boost. I think that's basically what you want, right? For like the max. Especially, well, at least for the vortex. Surprised you can't like upgrade the options or anything, yeah. But yeah, if you're wanting to like really burn through the time trials, then like max speed on boost, like these are good, max speed on boost. But I got fucked here. If I would have got one of the boost recovery, like if I would have got max speed and then boost recovery, I would have kept it. What fights is toxic damage bad on? Any enemies that are toxic? Like, do you just mean in general? That's a tough question. Like, Legion of... Not darkness, it's not immortality. Whatever the other Legion is. Whatever the other Legion is, they're toxic. Boss-wise, I mean, like, it shows you in here. Like, if you go into an intercept battle and, like, see Swamp Walker, it'll tell you right here what they're strong to and what they're weak to. So if you're doing bosses, it will tell you right here. And then outside of this, yeah, to, like, Diesel, what Diesel was saying, basically Order of Truth, which is this, is strong to toxic and weak to electric. You can check it in here if you're not entirely for sure. That's like the easiest way to tell. Ran into the problem not having anything to do at this point. You're just collecting mats. Yeah, I mean, I think that quite a few people are going to be sort of in that. Did the devs remove the bosses from the map because did not see a single one? Which bosses on what map? As far as I know, no. Maybe you've just been really unlucky on their timing. I'm going to assume you've just been really unlucky on your timing. Like, if you're talking about the Colossus, you've probably just been really unlucky. Because it doesn't seem like they're always guaranteed to spawn. Yeah, they're supposed to spawn about 10 minutes before the Wallcrasher, but every once in a while I've been on maps where they're, like, not there. Like, if you spawn into a map after the 10 minutes, sometimes, like, people have already killed them, and I've been on maps before where they just don't show up. Colossus screen to see the, like, resist, heal, yeah. So, like, to Abe's point, like, if you go, here, go here, click here, there's, like, battle info. Max HP, max shield, defense, attack, toxic resist, tells you all their resistances, what they're weak to, what they're not weak to, firearm critical hit resist, he's got a 20%. So if you have a 100% crit hit rate, right, in theory, you're only going to get at best 80% crit hit rate on him because of the 20% resist. Same with skills, right? And then if you go in here, you're going to see the same thing, but he's 40% critical hit resist, right? So just more info for you guys. Bikes. Dude, do you think we actually get a decent roll on this? Boost recovery. Do you think this is fine? It's only 2 max speed on boost, 2 boost recovery, and then instead of a max speed on boost, it's just a straight max speed. It's not as good as max speed and boost, but I think that, like, you're going to be rolling for an eternity to get the other one. I think it's probably going to be decent. It's not going to be great, but it's going to be decent. How does Bunny do on the Orca to speed up AoE monsters around her? I mean, it probably does okay, but I'm going to assume it's more of a meme. Right? Like, I'm going to assume it's more of a meme than, like, her like, being a beast. That'll do, Donkey. You don't have a lot of rolls left? Yeah. I'd much rather just try to get this up for the MR.
Well, hello.
Right, just get that up for the
Thanks
MR.
follow.
Yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous server, just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. You want to be able to me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I think you need a ton of rolls to be able to try to get better. Need more survivability. I think that's up to different users. I think there are a lot of users that don't have much of an issue with survivability on Nell. I think some of that's just like, as long as you have max components and everything, I think it's fine. Now, if you're somebody that doesn't have max components, then that's going to be a bit different, right? What's your roll on your Orca? I don't even know. Probably shit. I haven't rolled it because it's not a speed. You know what I mean? Like, is that diesel? Oh. I haven't even messed with it. Felt like such a pinnacle moment. Does it feel good? I guess you know. To reroll 1K times? Jesus Christ, Abe. See, the big issue is I'm lazy. I'm lazy, so I never go for the things when they show up. Right? Congratulations on the MR30, though, Eric. I mean, I think once I get my last bike done, I think I'm max MR. I think. Skipped Alt Blairs. You need to get him just for the MR? Yeah, I can see that. How are you guys enjoying it, though? Like, we're about a week into it. I know I asked yesterday. We're effectively, you know, like a week into the game. How are you guys enjoying the update? Can you join me, lad? You can join me now. There's going to be, like, here in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have to grab some people for the test, like the run with Anthony. I don't know who all I'm going to get. I had a couple people say they'll be able to show up, but I'll have to look and see who all's got, the right weapons and stuff. Season 3 brought you back for a total grind. That's good, though. You're thoroughly enjoying it? I think most people are enjoying it, Leon. You're enjoying it very much. Also enjoying watching you. The others enjoy it too. Dude, I appreciate that. You want to come, Hunt? I'll grab you. If everyone has the AK built, we can do that. Well, for whatever reason, Ant, I thought we were doing it at 3 and not 2. So if we're doing it at 2, it's not a big deal. As long as, like, as long as Lids is here, we'll have Lids. And then I had somebody else that said they could do it with the Escava, and I'm sure probably somebody else has got the Escava. You need to come, Hunt? And then I'll grab Lad. Party invite. Wait another hour. So doing it at 3 o'clock instead of 2. You can join for the Wallcrasher for Escava. You got Escava? Yeah, so we've got a couple people that have Escava, so the big one's just going to be people being around. Because we're talking about an hour from now, like an hour and a half from now, not in 20 minutes, right? So that's going to be the big one. As long as everybody's around, then we'll be good. Yeah, sure, no problem. It's up to you, man. If you want to do it in 20 minutes, you tell me 20 minutes. If you want to do it in 20 minutes, you tell me and we'll make the team for 20 minutes. I literally don't care when we do it. I can see that, Eric. I wish it was better. I wish the new Scout was better. I really do. I really, really do wish the new Scout was better. Excited to try your Scava on the new Wallcrasher. It'll be fun for you. I personally think that it's definitely going to be a personal playstyle thing. Appreciate you for throwing my name out there for sharing, though. Only True Gamer 795 guy. No, it's okay, man. You're one of the people I know that are really good with sharing, so. Do we really need 8 players for the Wallcrasher? I think that your average team needs 8 players. I think your average First Descendant player cannot do the Wallcrasher solo. Personally, I think your average First Descendant player cannot do the Wallcrasher. I was trying to build Bunny for crit cooldown. No one ever requests Kingsguard Lance Sharon though. Yeah, I think the one was gonna be for like battle suit, but hey, dude. I'll tell you what, Frana looks like they're putting in solid work.
벌거스 통실량이 늘어나고 있습니다. 균열의
You weren't able to make anything out of the like really amazing out of the new weapons. I haven't messed with them, but I'll be honest, nothing in there seems exciting, right? Like nothing in the new weapons seems like hyper exciting. There's probably gonna be some people that put videos out that clickbait you into watching them, but I mean, like for the most part, I think anybody that's been pretty honest about the guns have said they were pretty underwhelming. Just right now, there's a couple people that I know that have made some videos that I think I would trust, and I'm assuming they said they were pretty underwhelming. Both are ready to claim. Did you guys just do them? I didn't even see them on the map. Oh. I didn't even see them on the map, or I would have done them. That was my bad. I wasn't trying to not claim them. I didn't even know they were on the map. Yeah, I literally didn't even know they were on the map. Where the fuck balls is it? Oh, I went past it. I'll grab this one, and then I'll go back and finish that up. I'll grab this one, and then I'm going to go back and finish the mission. Because the other one is... Yeah, I'm just going to finish the mission. But yeah, we can do it at 3. I'm going to take a longer shower because you need it. Yeah, then take your time, mate. We'll do it at 3. I'm sure we'll have people. Game only can buy new rocket launchers and level them up. I've been able to combine them, but there's definitely like some sort of like really weird bug, Dark Style, where certain guns just don't work. Like when it comes to level up weapons, if you try to use certain guns, I think some of them that drop from out here, you try to level them up and it just bugs and won't let you do it. I'm guessing it's like a battle suit and a Zestra, probably just to do the debuffs. Like my assumption is it's probably just like as a debuff, Sharon. Like your goal is just to help make sure that Escava's putting in work. Those nodes do give bike mats, yeah. That's the main thing from those nodes is bike mats. That's why most people pick them up. Like once you have your bikes done, you don't really need them, but like for some people, they just don't have like all their bikes maxed for MR and they want to get them for like MR or whatever. What's the Escava build? I can show you mine. Well, it's not mine, but you know what I mean. The thing about the Escava build, did I play Dawn Trail? I didn't finish Dawn Trail. I actually thought Dawn Trail was really bad, Dryden. Like I wasn't interested in it. It was basically like ARR 3.0. And it like literally did nothing for me. As compared to Endwalker, I think that like I think honestly that Dawn Trail was such a letdown after Endwalker. I think they just had an issue because Endwalker was so good, right? That it was so hard to like recapture the magic. Here you go. I'll put my Escava on and then you can screenshot it. You just might have to go back and grab it in the stream. You've seen some bad reviews. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Is pretty bad. Go grab the bike mats. Okay, I'll go grab the other one really quick. I'll teleport over there since the thing is up. Dawn Trail just wasn't really good. I mean, all of the rest of 14 is really good. So if you're going to play 14, then you might as well get it. Right? Like if you're thinking about playing Final Fantasy 14, then you're going to want the newest content. Like no questions asked. But I think that as far as if like Dawn Trail is good, Dawn Trail was basically, most people I know that play the game pretty regularly are like, yeah, I did. Even people I know that are pretty big fans in the game are like, yeah, Dawn Trail is just kind of whatever. The reason I say it was like a Realm Reborn, you did not like it. Yeah, Danny's like one that I would trust for sure. Is it a good story? The problem is the story, and you play 14 all the time. Yeah. The issue with Dawn Trail is basically all of the characters that you've grown to know from Final Fantasy 14 all play they all play back in the story. Like they're not really doing anything. You're essentially learning a whole new cast of characters because they're setting you up for a whole new saga. Then you played 14. You played for about 5 years all the way up to Dawn Trail. Yeah, 7. If you're on YouTube, so 7, you're on YouTube, click the playlist button on my stream. Like, if you're on YouTube, I have a button that says playlist. You can actually watch my, like, full playthrough there. You're an active 14 player. You've been playing since 1.0 patch. Yeah. Yeah, Zifo, I can grab you. Yeah, if you guys are on YouTube since ARR, yeah. Stop playing, been playing since ARR, yeah. But if you guys are like, if you guys are actual Final Fantasy 14 players and you want to know what my experience was and my thoughts are on the game, I have a whole playlist that shows like me playing all the way up to Endwalker, I think. I don't remember how much of my Dawn Trail playthrough is on there, but basically all the way up to Endwalker, and I think even through Endwalker is on YouTube.
Thanks for the follow.
I loved Final Fantasy 14. Like, no shit. I really loved the game. One of the biggest issues, like transparently, one of the biggest reasons I stopped playing it was because as a streamer and a content creator, it's not a good place. Like, it's just not a big enough like game to play and maintain and grow and make a community and be able to pay your bills. It's just not that. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. We do keep anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing, no, I appreciate you. Speak up and get to know me in the community. Have a good night either way. Thanks for follow. But yeah, if you guys are actually curious about my playthrough on Final Fantasy 14, it is definitely on the YouTube channel. There's actually a lot of shit on my YouTube channel that most people don't even know about. You just need to click on the playlist tab and just look around. I have a lot of playlists for a lot of old games, like a lot of other games, a lot of playthroughs I've done. MSQI's Dawn Trail wasn't the best, but was solid in terms of content, fun, solid level of difficulty. And I think like there are certain people that like some of the gameplay and some of the changes, but like the story was just not good. Everyone leveling up Escava in 400s. I told you it's all about popularity, Afro. And basically what ends up happening is even though like Escava realistically isn't that much better than Albion, because speedrunners are putting out videos that show that they personally are getting 20-second runs. If you're fucking average Joe from the side of the street is like, well, if you're getting 20-second runs on this, I'm gonna get 20-second runs, and that's just not what's gonna happen, right? Your Escava's been built, yeah. Good thing you put 50 cats into your Escava. Yeah, I mean, like, you guys will see. I'll talk about it later. Like, I'll have a thing and everything out for you later. But yeah, basically what ends up happening is people just don't understand. Like, people don't understand things, and because they don't understand things, they just kind of follow the herd without fully understanding it. So it is what it is, but yeah, that's effectively what's happening. So if you guys are looking around, you're gonna see like tons of people leveling Escava right now. Have I tested out the Exterminator or Eraser? Not really, because neither one of them look like they're gonna be any good. Like on paper, I'm just gonna keep shifting people till they run out of resources. I mean, we've had that happen how many times, right, Hero? Like, we've had that happen how many fucking times? Where people just like, and I think it's fine for like your hardcore gamers, but your casual gamer, your average gamer, they're just not well informed, and it's just like a waste for them. Because like based on the numbers I've ran and based on the tests I've done and based on the kills I've done in pub lobbies, like by far and away, none of them have done anything crazy. If anything, the AK has probably outperformed a little bit better than anything else, just on pure raw damage. But the AK is kind of just a pain in the absolute ass because you're so close. You're so close to being out of dashes and shit like that. The AK might have like a little bit of an edge, maybe, but at the end of the day, like you could use the AK, the Escava, or the Albion, and they're all going to do about the same. Still need the invite? I completely forgot, mate. Let me grab you after this. I think we're on private. Let me look and see. I'm on private, social. There you go. Try the Axiom's new scout. No, because it doesn't really seem any good. You would need a fully maxed out one, Chris. You would need a fully maxed out Escava to make it work. Yeah, your Escava's maxed out and I can deal with like the dash. But honestly, if you're not dashing, then you're throwing damage, right? Like the whole goal in using the Escava is the fact that you're trying to like min-max and optimize your damage. Hip firing the Escava, hope y'all ready. Well, that's the thing about the Escava too, is like you have to switch between hip firing and ADSing. You have to pay attention to what you're doing. There's like a bunch of different things you have to do to make that gun work. What up, Jeffrey? You build your Escava, but they never saw the point since pub rounds will never make use for that SOT. Honestly, Trunks, it's base though. Carry some people for Wallcrasher if needed. Yeah, if anybody's around, they need runs, just say something in chat. We've got people that can definitely help. Back to lurking. Yeah, I appreciate you, Graybeard. Have you guys noticed like less fucking lag based on these ships? Or is it just me? Like I'm not noticing, but I've got a bunch of damage numbers off. There was a guy who said he can't clear Wallcrasher if he's still around. If he's still around, you can help him out, not to. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I definitely think that between all the guns, it really doesn't matter. Like, as long as you're happy with the gun and you're comfortable with it, like, if you like doing the extra dashes, but someone needs help, speak up. Yeah, you guys gotta do it real quick, though, because it's gonna take a minute by the time everybody can, like, log in and do their stuff, right? And also hunt or whatever, if you have a team that you're running with at the top of the hour and you need to bail, you can. Because I'm just gonna run with whoever, because I'm not running with Anthony until next hour. Yeah, like I'm not running with like Anthony and Lids and shit until the top of the like next hour. It'll be next hour, Lids. Yeah, it's next hour. Well, that was the thing. That's what I was asking Anthony, because Anthony had said, "Hey, we'll do it next run." And I was like, oh, "Okay, so like 3 o'clock, right?" Because I thought he had a team that he was running with at 2. And then he DM'd me and he was showing 2 o'clock, and I messaged him. I was asking him, I said, "Hey man, is it 2 or 3? I thought you wanted 3. And then Anthony was like, "Actually, you know what? 3 probably works better with me." What's the best mission, Leo? Hit M and look it up in your library. Look that exact material up in your library, and it'll give you a list of places to find it. Spam SIG, just keep resetting your descendants and weapons. I don't think it's a bad idea, Jeff. I don't think it's a bad idea. So you get MR18 and then just kind of go from there. Fortress mission. Is Serena good for mobbing? You've seen nothing but bossing builds. You can use her for mobbing. Like you can use, so basically what I can tell you, Fitness, is like if you use our Wallcrasher build on her, she'll work just fine for bossing. Or you can type in !fly. You can basically type in !fly. The build I have in fly works really well. It's just now because of Arche leak. You don't actually need to use multi-talented. You can use the physical Serena build from the Wallcrasher build and then just use the restored relic and shit. But honestly, with Serena right now, with the Albion, it does really well for mobbing too. So you can actually take the Wallcrasher build and just use it for mobbing because of the way it works. It works just fine. Like you could probably do her Booba Smash, but basically nobody uses Booba Smash anymore. Everybody mobs with her with either restored relic or something like Albion. !fly should work over there, Fitness. If it doesn't, then I'll deal with it. That'll take you to her flying build. And then the only difference is if you really want to optimize her and you don't like, say you don't really like the multi-talented playstyle, which a lot of people don't, you can use the physical build on her from the new Wallcrasher build, where we utilize the new, trigger mods, and you can use that build to give her 100% uptime. You don't even have to worry about it. Yo, Jeffrey, I appreciate you, mate. You love Booba Smash for the memes? Yeah, Booba Smash was just funny for the memes, right? But unfortunately, it's just not really cooking anymore. Just not really cooking. All right. I'm gonna go get dressed for this fight. We'll go get dressed for this fight. Get dressed for this fight. Ahem. What's wrong, Wordu? Let's get dressed. Wallcrasher. Yeah, because the only difference is going to be in your Descendant modules. Instead of using multi-talented, you'll just use this tree. But then for the guns and everything else, you can use what it shows in the fly build. And I explained to you how to actually play the build in the fly build so you understand how it works. Booba Smash is so fun. Booba Smash is the best. Dude, I feel like some of you guys are holding on to fucking nostalgia. Looks like I got room for one, chat. People were cracking up. Dude, I could see that death. Yeah, it looks like I got room for one if one of you guys want to run with. You want to get Booba Smash? Absolutely. You see Code in Albion? I'm trying to sneak on during his breaks to play. Fucking Lamau. I already got Syl. Syl asked first, unfortunately, Trunks. I'll take them for right now.
Well, hello there.
I'll get you later on, though.
Thanks for the follow.
I'll get you later on today. Yo, thank you guys for the follows. Do keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, and relaxing. No, I appreciate you. You want to speak? I'm going to know me in the community. Have a good night. Either way, thanks for the follow. I mean, honestly, you could probably put Nezestras on here just for a little bit of extra shred. You got 3x max boost speed on your Orca. How's it feel? You got her stuck in the Booba Smash pose? That's fucking hilarious. You want it on your Vortex? Yeah, mine's got triple max speed, accelerate on boost, and boost gauge recovery. Like, nothing good. Like, it's fine for just driving around, but... we'll mess. Guys, you know what I need? A fucking soda, chat. You know how good a soda sounds right now? God damn, why does the soda sound so good?
Cups. Being a bitch.
Yo, thank you for that, wizard. All I got's coffee, chat. Coffee and water. I want a giant fucking fountain drink right now. I just want a giant fountain drink, man. Just like a giant fucking mountain, or a giant Coke from McDonald's. Like, tell me that trash doesn't sound so good right now. No soda? I don't have any soda right now, PubDab. Come on, man. Yeah, I'm basically fucking dying. McDonald's Sprite is king, dude. McDonald's Sprite is good, though. What do you expect from the update tomorrow? Actually, we don't really know, Wizard. I'm assuming, I would say 99% of it is going to be... I would say most of it is just going to be stability updates. The one that I think would be the most interesting, but I don't see happening, was if they update the Wallcrasher to where you can't debuff it. The other thing they could do, which I really also doubt, so when I did the Wallcrasher back during the closed like content creator testing, the Wallcrasher actually had 6.1 billion health instead of 4.7. They could maybe move his health back up to 6.1 billion from 4.7, but I think that your normal, like your average team would have a hell of a bad time trying to get through it with, like, if you increased his health by 30%. Fix the Nell bug without mission restart? Which bug, Lux? Probably not. Couldn't save it? Dude, that sucks, lad. Hopefully they fix, like, all of the dumb shit. I don't think there'll be a Wallcrasher buff. No speed, and I think that, transparently, I think that Wallcrasher is actually hard for the bulk of the community. I think the Wallcrasher is actually hard for the bulk of the community for all the reasons that I said earlier. You know, I think that most of the gamers in this game are like, hey, I want to play Valby. Hey, I want to play Viessa. Hey, I want to play Freyna. And for those characters, like, other than Valby, you know, they're not coming in here doing, like, insane amounts of damage. And those characters and those people, like Ajaxes and shit, they're actually struggling to beat this. So I think that for the bulk of the community, this is actually still pretty challenging. Grapple. Dude, it's not working. Yeah, I don't know a way to fix it then. Yeah, if you don't play Serena or Buffer, you're basically dead weight. Yeah, so I mean, like, to me, it would be interesting if they like, made it to where you couldn't debuff. But making it to where you couldn't debuff it is basically going to be a nerf on Serena and not so much everybody else. Kind of see them fix Nels too. Well, like Lucas, they need to fix Nels too. They need to fix all the crashing issues. They need to fix the optimization around the ships. Like, all of that shit is what needs to actually be fixed, right? Like, those are the things that need to happen. Like, anything around the Wallcrasher, I think, is not that big of a deal. Right now, I think the Wallcrasher is not that big of a deal, and I think most of the actual issues right now are around performance. I think most of the issues right now are around performance, and that's what... I'm not even on chill. I just realized that. I'm not even on chill on my inversion, but it's okay. Literally not on chill on my inversion right now, but it'll be fine. It'll be okay. I'm throwing damage. I'm throwing damage, but chat, it'll be fine. Right? Yeah, give me a second, chat. I'll get caught back up on chat. Just give me a second. But yeah, I think right now their biggest thing is they need to fix all the stability issues, because there are a lot of people that were really pissed off with the stability issues, and I think it's really hard to like get people excited about the game with all the stability issues we had. Fucking ballerina. I didn't realize we had like... Was there a strat where you couldn't make the new launcher level 100 because you can't? So basically what I could tell, Sin, is it's some of the guns. So go get guns that don't drop from the planes. Like, go pick up a gun from the campaign. I think it has something to do with the new guns and the way they're dropping. Something is bugged on them and you can't transfer them. Like, go get just like a random gun from the campaign. Because like, I can't upgrade my eraser, but I know people have. And I think basically that's what everybody said they did to fix it. Was they just went and got like a campaign gun. I'm not guaranteeing that works, brother, but that was what I had heard. Because like I can't upgrade any of my guns. Yeah, we did okay. Like nothing crazy. So. All right. Can we go to Albion? Need to reset frames because Xena's killed your PC. Yeah. We'll go there to reset. I guess somebody didn't. Somebody in chat was like, play somebody else. There was like a Freyna that was saying like, play somebody else or something. I don't know who it was, but they didn't seem happy. Right? Oh yeah, yeah. So basically there was a Freyna that was like, that wasn't really happy that we brought Serena's in. So I was actually like being shamed for bringing in Serena, which is interesting. Let me go back to Albion. I mean, I could have brought in a bunch of Freynas, but we never would have killed the boss, right? I have a feeling that 8 Freynas is probably not going to kill that boss. All bunnies are bust. I have a feeling that 8 Freynas isn't going to kill it. Serena fatigue starting? Absolutely. Because Serena's broken and she needs a nerf. Because Serena absolutely needs a nerf. And people are... I don't even want to say people are, like, getting tired of it. Because I think it is definitely some fatigue. But, like, you know, what are you going to do? I need to go do my trigger mods and shit. Yo, Judge, how many trigger mods? You get max in single realm? You can get 22. You can get up to 22 if you're lucky. You see both sides? Absolutely see both sides. You should never be shamed for playing any character. You know what? You know what, Brian? That's what I tell people. How many times do I say that here in chat? I say all the time, like, hey, if you don't want to play Serena to do the Wallcrasher, that's entirely up to you. 100% your prerogative. And I think that you cannot play her or play her if you want to. Good morning, Terrea. I think that the only time it matters is if you're somebody, like, if you're somebody that is shaming somebody for not playing a specific character. Or if the alternative is true, right? Where it's like, you are outright like, yeah, basically I just think it's bullshit. Like, but in the same sense, right? Like, if you can't clear something because you don't want to use a character, and it's a skill issue, then I think that you kind of like lose the ability to talk about it. Hopefully I didn't just hopefully I just dismantled duplicates. I hope I did. I hope I just dismantled duplicates. Be very mad if I didn't. But yeah, basically my view is like, if you can't, like, if it's a skill issue, then it's a skill issue or whatever. But like, just don't shame people. Like, I don't really care. You can play whoever you want. I can play whoever I want, right? Like, you play your people. I play my people. That's all that matters. But like, don't bitch at me if you can't clear the content. And I'm not gonna bitch at you for playing whoever you want. Because I really don't care, right? Ooh, we've got a purple gold. I think that's the first one of those I've gotten. That's definitely the first one of those I've gotten. Let's get rid of a bunch of these. Man, look at all these fucking particles, man. Kuiper Hollow points. Can I get one that's like a halfway decent? Nope. Gap in times. They're probably whatever. Blue golds. I think they're basically all blue golds, right? So get rid of all this. We'll check the blue golds later.